to your seats. Okay. Okay, so then, if we are ready, it is my pleasure to introduce Holger Krapp today as our first keynote speaker of the day. Holger is Professor for Systems Neuroscience at Imperial College London, and in his lab he works on sensory motor control, models of sensory motor control in simple animal models like insects, and also is interested in interdisciplinary research regarding artificial models of sensory motor control inspired by these biological models. And today, Holger will talk about, do mechanistic and computational explanations provide necessary conditions for the understanding of cognition? So, over to you.
Thank you, Martin. Well, and thanks very much for having me here in the first place. This is a very exciting workshop, and it's totally along my interests. But you will see from my talk that I'm actually heavily biased coming in from the mechanistic side of things, with a lot of empirical work that reaches into modeling as well, but still can't get to the core of, say, necessary conditions for cognition or something like that. And I will try to show you a few examples now where there is at least an approach to be seen now in research, even in insects. Right, okay, so this is what I'm going to talk about. So I have three different topics I will present to you. The first one is actually related to, thank you. The first one is related to state estimation in the context of flight control. The second one is on lumin detection in locust, so how to avoid colliding with anything or being subject to predation. And the third one is a very interesting point that brings together the different levels of control we have to think about in biological systems, and that is how we can actually integrate reflexes with goal-directed behavior, as I phrase it right now, and I'll explain what I mean a little bit later. So let's start with state estimation in blowfly. Blowflies are quite remarkable. I don't know, probably you are not that informed on insects, but we have two different sorts of insects. The original insects had two wing pairs, and then during evolution, it was a transition into a group that is called dipteran flies with two wings. And they are basically the most maneuverable flying insects around altogether. Now here's a little example. I hope that will play now. How do I get to my...
Disable the laser and then...
Okay, let's see. Okay, no. Disable the laser. Where do I disable my laser? Okay. Probably I will have to just forget about the laser and point on the screen. Ah, there it is. Okay. Thanks. Yes. Okay. So here's one of our lab animals taking off and doing this. And that is very unusual. They would normally not do it, but because the footage was taken for stereo, two cameras, they needed tons of light. And if you have light coming in from the side, the animal is irritated, or it's actually trying to reorient itself and engages on a barrel roll in this case, because at some point it realizes that this is not actually the real sun it's trying to line up with. Now, what animals use for state estimation in terms of, or using the visual system, is motion vision. So basically, whenever we move in an environment, then the world shifts across our eyes. And that sort of pattern of visual flow, or visual motion, is actually nicely parameterized. I will show that to you in a second. Now here's yet another video, and that one actually shows a goshawk flying through the woods, and they mounted a camera in the back of the goshawk, and the camera has a very lousy shutter speed, so you have all these motion vision streaks, and that shows you something about the structure of that image shift across the eyes. You can then actually go ahead and then describe these vector fields, as they were, as a function of the translational component and the rotational component of your self-motion. Now for translation, there's another factor that needs to be taken into account, and it's d. It's the distance to the objects. And, well, as you can see, so for anything far away, then the contribution of the translation-induced flow is very much reduced, because, and you know that from your everyday experience, when you sit on a train, look out of the window, everything that's far away is hardly moving at all, but everything close by is rushing past. So that's basically captured by that term here. And then the rotation component contributing to the individual vectors here in the optic flow field are independent of distance. But altogether, these individual parallax vectors, pi, which are shown here, they are basically the input to the visual system. Now, what the visual system is then supposed to do is basically measure all these PIs and then back out from sufficient information, measuring at many different positions, to try to get hold of T, potentially distance. That's a little bit more tricky, but we can discuss that later. And then an estimate of your rotation component. Well, how is that done? The first thing is that visual motion, and no matter whether you talk about a computer science application or solution to the problem, or whether you talk about biology, it's always a local process. So you can only measure locally in which direction things are moving. Now, many, many years ago, actually in the last century, people in Tübingen, in Werner Reichert's group, at the Max Planck for biological cybernetics worked out, well, it was even earlier, but anyway, worked out what the necessary and sufficient conditions are for distinguishing between motion in different directions. And it's called, the functional structure, which is shown here, is called an elementary movement detector. It has two input elements, so one left input here, a right one, and it has a time delay here, epsilon, and then there is a nonlinear function here, a multiplication between a delayed input and a straight input at this stage here. Well, what happens if a light distribution is actually moving from the left to the right? It's picked up by the left input. The signal in that input line is delayed, though, by epsilon. And if epsilon is chosen so that it compensates exactly for the time it needs, the light distribution needs to reach the second input, then the delayed and non-delayed inputs are multiplied here at that stage. So in that case, because we're talking about a nonlinear operation, you get an output of the motion detector that's positive. Now, if you look at the structure on the right-hand side, it's the same structure, but the movement is reversed. So the intensity distribution reaches the right input branch first. It's directly mediated to the multiplication stage, and then it reaches the delayed input, which further separates those two signals, and therefore at the multiplication stage there's no output, or just a little bit of noise, and that's about it. Okay, so we can distinguish between motion in one and the other direction. Now, to well, even fine-tune the performance, you can build a fully directional selective motion detector in a mirror symmetrical way. So basically we have two. One is sensitive to left to right motion, and the output of that one is integrated with a positive sign at a later stage. And then we have another one, this one here, that's actually sensitive to motion in the opposite direction. So if movement in that detector is from left to right, so we get a positive output, like this one here. But if movement is going in the opposite direction, we get a negative output. Excitation inhibition indicating in which way the movement took place. So that's the way it works in biology. And as I mentioned earlier, basically the features that you can see in the structure are necessary and sufficient. What you can think, or how you can think about what is actually happening in the system, is basically a spatial temporal correlation of light intensity distributions in the visual field. Right, now let's get back to optic flow. This is just a local mechanism, but what we are interested in is, for instance, to distinguish between these two optic flow fields. Now, what's shown in this case is an optic flow field that is actually due to, or is actually resulting from a lift movement of the animal. So the whole world is shifting in the opposite direction. F is the point in front of the animal, and then we have azimuth and elevation, two angles describing the position of the individual vectors. And that is basically covering the whole 4 pi spherical visual field. Translation. Now, for the animal then performing a roll rotation, this is the resulting structure here. And you will probably agree that they look totally different. Well, totally. They look different. Now, the question then is, what do we have to do from there? Because we are not done yet. Problem is that, as I mentioned earlier, the directional motion detection is taking place locally within the ommatidial eye lattice, or the facet eye lattice, in the compound eyes. Now, if you imagine this motion detector here, and it's actually checking for motion in this area, in the lateral visual field, then there is a problem, because that motion detector would be strongly activated by lift movement, translation, but also by roll rotation. Right? So we have the problem that based on the output of that particular individual detector, we can't tell what self-motion has caused its excitation. Now, what can we do? Well, just looking at the overall structure, it must have to do with something that integrates, well, it has to do with integration of local motion information. Here's a very simple way of dealing with the problem. And it's basically setting up what we call a matched filter for optic flow. So what's shown is part of that optic flow field I showed you earlier with all the individual flow vectors and their orientation. But here we have an array of elementary movement detectors with preferred directions that are all lined up with the optic flow vectors and all the different positions within the visual field. Now, if the fly is then rotating, then basically all these individual motion detectors provide a positive input, and this is all integrated in one way. I just put a sum there, but it's all integrated. And that filter neuron would respond better when the fly is actually rotating as opposed to during a lift movement. So this is actually a possibility to distinguish between different self-motion components if there were matched filters for optic flow. Now, one of the really good things about work in insects is you basically can put name tags at the neurons that are involved in some functional circuitry. So these are individually identifiable, and you find them from animal to animal to animal again. So if we study those cells, we can actually be confident that the results we do over many experiments are very robust. Now, the key elements here are coming in two different subsystems: horizontal system, vertical system. 3 neurons here, 10 neurons here in the blowfly. They are known to respond to directional motion, but it wasn't known in which way their input structure or receptive field were set up. Now you can do a nice, simple experiment in a way. And it's important, well, I'll get to that in a second with respect to the stimulus we are using here. Here's the fly. There's an electrode. We can actually target these cells and record the electrical activity from those cells. And then in the background, you will see in a second a moving stimulus. And then we can listen to the response in terms of spikes per second that the neuron generates. Okay. Yeah. So this is actually a very nice stimulus. Obviously, this is not an optic flow field or whatever, but it is a local motion stimulus, and we can probe in which direction does the dot have to move so that we have the maximum activity. And by the pattern of the responses, here is the response over time, you can really see that we have alternating sections where we have excitation and inhibition. That's exactly what you predict for the output of elementary movement detectors, which are all integrated on this neuron. Now, with this information, we can then go into the next step of an analysis, where we basically have consecutive response cycles. We can average across a couple of those cycles and then extract two different response parameters. One is the so-called local preferred direction, and the other one, that's the maximum. In which direction does it have to move the dot so that the response becomes maximum? And the second response parameter is the local motion sensitivity. So how big is the modulation between maximum and minimum response? Two parameters, one scalar, one direction, means we can plot this as a vector. And then we do that actually after we have measured at many different positions within the visual field of that neuron. And what we get to see is this. Basically, we get something that looks pretty much like optic flow fields. So on the left-hand side, the responses of the HSE is basically in response to a yaw rotation of the animal when everything, the world is shifting horizontally. Here we have the response of the response field of the VS6. And the VS6 actually, response field looks pretty much like an optic flow field that's generated during a roll rotation. And on the right-hand side, we have the response of the VS8 neuron, and that's actually an in-between rotation axis between pitch and roll of the animal. So what we can say fairly confidently is that the lobular plate tangential cells, so the HS and VS cells, are involved in visual state estimation and measure basically changes from a certain combination of rotations and translation. And then that information can be used very specifically to control compensation or controls, to send control signals to the flight motor to compensate for any exaggerated movement along these rotation axes to keep the animal stable. Right, it took us more than 20 years to figure out what actually the design principles behind that is. And in technical terms, it is basically that the altogether, this network of lobular plate tangential cells is maximizing signal energy transfer from sensors to actuators. This sounds a little bit abstract in a way, but actually, from the engineering perspective, this is massive. Because you don't have what most flying systems have, and that is supercomputing when it comes to taking information from sensors, processing them and then converting them into control commands for the actuation. So that was a very interesting finding, and I don't tell you in detail what sort of methodological, well, efforts we had to go through to establish that conclusion. Well, there's another thing that's really nice, in a way. You can also see whether, in principle, you have understood how biology works in that case by implementing what you have found into a technical system. And this is done actually in a linear control engineering framework, where basically you have a vehicle with certain dynamics. It's moving around in an environment, causing optic flow, Q dot, and then that optic flow field is projected into these matched filters and extract information that can be used to control the vehicle dynamics. In this particular case, that's actually work that was done with Sean Humpert in Maryland. He was back then. It's just implemented on a drone, and the drone can control its forward speed, lateral distance to the board, and the bearing. And that's basically using the principles that we got from fly vision. Right. Sorry about the noise. Okay. So this is the summary for the first part. We can actually say these cells are basically matched filters for optic flow, and they measure state changes. Now, after they have been converted into electrical signals, they can control the flight, basically, with respect to a certain reference state. So if you imagine you want to go straight, and then you have a certain pattern of activation in these cells, if you deviate from that pattern because of the external perturbations, then actually you have to take action, motor action, and compensate for that. Right. I mentioned already what the general design principle behind this is: maximize signal energy transfer from sensor to actuator. And finally, obviously, this was an example for a mechanistic explanation of how a certain task can be solved by the nervous system. Right, so this works all without any awareness or cognitive aspects. It's basically very comparable to our spinal reflexes that we use when we just walk around and don't fall over. Okay, so let's go for the next example, which is looming detection in locust. This is slightly different. Why is this different? While flight control is basically on a permanent, time-continuous basis, and it has to run all the time, looming detection in the context of avoiding collisions, or, and that's the focus more or less here, avoiding predation, is a process where first you have to detect a potential threat and then act on that information to escape. And how that is done in the nervous system, that has been very thoroughly studied in the locust visual system. Again, we have to start with the input to the system. So the stimulus parameters that are important and are being measured basically by the locust, or I should rather say a particular neuron in the locust. Now, if we have an approaching object, I'll show you an example in a second, then you can basically describe that in geometrical mathematical terms. It's very simple to look into the kinematics. So we have an object of size 2L. It is approaching at a linear velocity towards the eye of the locust. The linear velocity is indicated by v, and then we have the distance here, x of t. So during that travel, two parameters are changing, and those are the ones that are interesting for the nervous system. One is the instantaneous angle of that object, and the second one is the expansion velocity, the change of that angle during the approach. Now we can actually plot one of those parameters here. Oh no, it's both actually. And now mind this really weird time axis. 0 is time of collision. That's when everything is too late. And then we go in negative time back to points in time before the collision. Now, if it's still quite a long time to collision, the object will be very small. So the dashed line gives you the angle, and the continuous line, the solid line, gives you the expansion velocity. Both are expansive functions, nonlinear functions, of the time as you approach towards the eye. Right, okay. The neuron we are looking at now is called the giant movement detector, LGMD, lobular giant movement detector, sorry. And it has been studied for, I don't know, by now, almost a century. And now here, just an illustration of how the stimulus looks like. Oh, sorry, that was a little bit too fast. So when the stimulus, in this case, is really just a disk, is approaching, it becomes, at the beginning, slowly it becomes bigger, and then at the end, whoop, it really fills a huge portion of the visual field. Now, if we look at the response, in terms of spikes, so all these individual dashes are individual action potentials. It's just a repetition of a couple of repeats of the stimulus, plotted one on top of each other, a raster plot. And then here's the mean, well, the mean instantaneous spike rate you can compute from those spike data. Now, what you can see is when the object is very far away, there's hardly any activity, and then it mounts up, becomes stronger, reaches a peak of spiking activity at a certain phase of that approach. And that peak here has a certain distance from the time when the collision would actually take place. Now, you can see in that plot already that one of the important parameters that falls out of the method of the description of the stimulus is the parameter L over V. So L is related to the size of the object, and V is the approach velocity. Now, for small numbers, here, this is the units are milliseconds. For small numbers, it's a very fast approach, and the peak is shifted very close to collision. And you can actually now run a series of experiments where you actually try to figure out how systematically is that response profile changing. And as you can see, what I mentioned already, large L over V's, an early peak is reached, and the smaller L over V becomes the closer the maximum activity is coming towards collision. Now you can, of course, plot then the time of the peak activity in the neuron as a function of L over V. And you get a nice linear relationship. And you can then extract two parameters, alpha as the slope of that relationship, and the intersect here, delta, is the response delay between the movement of the object at time t, and then you have to take into account the delay introduced by the processing in the visual system, so you never get an instantaneous response, and that is denoted by delta. Right. Oh, and there is a linear correlation also between the intercept delta, so that's the delay, and the slope of that function. Basically, we have almost everything we need to know if we want to model the system. Now, the question is, how is actually the firing rate of the neuron quantitatively related to these stimulus parameters? And that's actually the next step. So, what we start with is basically f of t, which is the firing rate. And then we just concentrate on the two terms here. One psi is the angular expansion, or the velocity of the stimulus. And then we have the other term here, which is the instantaneous size. In either case, we have to take into account delta. That's the response delay. And then in this case, it's the slope I showed you earlier of the function that maps L over V into the timing of the peak activity. Now, this is a multiplication. That is already an interesting point to start with. Oh, and then we have G. So G is a function, and it must be a static nonlinearity I'll get to that in a second. Right. Now, what happens in the neuron is obviously that it receives input conveying some information about these two parameters, psi and theta. And those inputs will manipulate the membrane potential of the cell, Z of t, right? Because we get all these inputs, so we have a change in the membrane potential. Now we can formulate that by just saying, okay, Z of t is the product then of these two terms. Well, yeah, let's just get rid of that negative exponent and turn that into a division. No harm done. And then we can actually think about how do we get this operation in a biologically relevant context, so to speak. The way to do it is actually transforming the data into log space. And that's actually done here. So you just take the log of the whole expression, and that gives you already a very good lead into how G might look like. Because if you ultimately want to get back to your spike frequency, then G has to be an expansive function, mathematically an exponential function. This is something you can test experimentally. Now here's how the whole thing looks like. Oh, by the way, again, the benefit of working with insects. This neuron we can visualize in 3D. It's an individual neuron. It occurs only once in each, well, twice, either side, one in locus, and that's it. Here's the input organization. So there is a dendritic field that receives the positive, the excitatory input, that is representing the edge velocity, so over psi. And this is these are two subfields receiving inhibitory input representing the instantaneous angle of your approaching object. Now, said that already? Okay. What we can do is then we basically record the intracellular activity of that neuron, and we manipulate the membrane potential by injecting current. And then what we want to know is what does the spike rate look like as we change the membrane potential? That's exactly what we want to know. Because that's actually, that transformation is basically G in the formulation I had earlier, and we hypothesize that's an exponential function. Now, these are the results where there are three different models that have been tested. One is just a linear function, not an exponential or expansive function at all. That's the red one. Well, that doesn't work. And then we have two expansive functions. One is actually an exponential. Mathematically, that would be exactly what we would predict. But what we find in terms of the actual experimental data, which are the line in black, slightly wobbly line, is best fitted by a third-order power function, which is actually pretty close, as you can see, to an exponential. Now, the interpretation of that is we have a process in every neuron, and all of you who do neuroscience know that, obviously, and that is this conversion from membrane potential into spike rate, which is very often modeled by a static nonlinearity. So this is, so to speak, very compatible with what we understand from the biophysical point of view about how neurons operate. But the really interesting thing in this whole research is that not only it gives us an idea of how mechanistically the problem is solved, how do I detect a looming object, but it also just, as a nice little side product, it gave us a good idea of how neurons multiply, which was a question that was always debated, and there are not too many model systems in which a mechanism could be presented up to that level. Right, okay. So this is what I just talked about. So we have a looming detector that gets two inputs, inhibitory and excitatory, representing, I use that word now here, even though I could easily use different words for that, two different kinematic stimulus parameters that are combined by a nonlinear operation, multiplication. And, oh, that is a very important one. I didn't mention that on the way. So if you think about the general description of the model, what this conversion of input kinematics into spike rate results in is that no matter what the value of L over V is, the maximum peak activity will always be reached when the object is exceeding a particular angular threshold on the eye. That's convenient in a way. Because what you can do in that case is, along the activity increase of that neuron, you can line up different phases of your escape behavior that are necessary so that ultimately you can take on the jump. Right. Again, just another example of mechanistic explanation, including some computational component. I was very much intrigued when later on I learned that many people would in fact interpret the activity of this neuron as a decision-making process. Well, I mean, there's, so to speak, the decision between either I jump or I do not jump, which I thought very interesting, to use the English way of interesting, because this is a purely mechanistic behavior of a system. There's not a choice in that sense we would think about when we think, okay, we could take the tube or the taxi or walk, right? These are three alternatives, and we can actually think about whether we take 1, 2, or 3. In this case, there's a threshold that is exceeded in terms of size of the object, and then the behavior will be launched. Not sure whether that is a decision, but in other animal systems, like in fish and in birds, pigeon and so forth, it was always the context of many of the publications in the area. And, well, I mentioned that now implicitly. Basically, all animals that use vision have a mechanism like that in one or the other way. Right, so let's go for that one. Searching for a landing site. And so what's really amazing, I have to play that again. This is a hoverfly, by the way. And what it's doing here, well, descriptively, is actually translating left and right in front of flowers, and it's trying to find a landing place. And it's moving left, right, that gives it distance information from that optic flow information, because the relative speed of the optic flow depends on the distance, so it can actually go whether I'm closer or further away from a particular blossom, flower there. And then the other thing that's interesting, I don't know whether you realize that the head was maintained completely stable. And that's a very important prerequisite to using visual information for whatever behavioral control. Okay, so the last one brings us actually to Drosophila. And I think we've talked about that, or at least I talked with a few of you yesterday about Drosophila and the significance of that system. Meanwhile, it's used in whatever, depression research, used in courtship behavior, used in flight control as well, and in many, many other contexts. Now we are coming to one of my favorite topics, in fact, and that is actually the integration of two different control tasks, if you want. So we have an inner loop that is constantly maintaining flight stability based on feedback control, mostly. There are some additions to that. But then we also have something like an outer loop that is dealing with goal-directed behavior. So if we want to change our walking pattern, direction, or whatever, so we use some sort of information that gives us a lead of maybe there's something colorful we want to go to, or whatever, or the position of an object we're interested in. And that then can actually be turned into a motor command that is sent basically into the flight motor system and drives a change of the course. But the problem with that is, when you actually initiate that sort of movement here by motor action, then as a result in that negative feedback loop, you get an optic flow that is indicating that you're deviating from your set point, right? You're changing your trajectory. And the inner loop will immediately compensate for that and counteract your voluntary movements. This is what you can call the reflex trap. And that was brought up by Van Holst and Mittelstädt 1950, last century already, and other people before. It is actually a very tricky thing to solve that. In engineering, it's simple. If you want to do something deliberately, your motor command is actually using a dynamic range that is not covered by the sensors. And then you can just do what you want. But in biology, it's not that easy, because we are actually dealing with dynamic ranges that actually overlap quite significantly, so we can't really do a frequency separation with that. Instead, what is now actually nicely demonstrated is that animals use efference copies from the command they send to the motor system, and these so-called efference copies or forward models, they contain the prediction of the sensory feedback for the situation when you initiate a particular movement. So they know beforehand already, if I deviate now like that, I expect a sensor signal here of a certain magnitude and direction. That is then subtracted so that the inner loop won't be triggered. That's a possibility. How did people find out about that? And that was probably one of the most exciting papers I looked at in 2015. So we have two experimental data sets here. One is the electrical signal or membrane potential in one of those cells, the HSE cell I mentioned earlier already. And then the second one is basically a monitor of the difference in wing beat amplitude either side of the animal. So the way they maneuver is they increase the amplitude on one side and maintain the amplitude on the other, and that difference introduces a turn. That's the way they can control that. Now, by looking at this difference here, oh, sorry. I have 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So I'll try to speed up. But anyway, so this is really the important thing. So we know what the fly wants to do simply because we can measure what the turning is. Now, mind you, in this situation, there's no visual input. And yet, if you record, while the fly is intending to turn in one direction, if you record the membrane potential of that HSE neuron, you see a modulation of that membrane potential that would be perfectly suited to compensate for what the fly wants to do, or if there was a visual feedback or visual information available to the fly, then it would exactly compensate for that feedback-induced or movement-induced signals in the cell. So apparently, we really have this stage where efference copies are canceling the expected sensory feedback during goal-directed behavior. Okay, I probably skipped that one. This is only illustrating how we deal with that, to put this from the biology domain into the engineering domain, and actually deal with actual transfer function controllers. And in fact, it works really well. So we are now establishing that on drones as well. Okay, so let me summarize that. Very important. So these forward models enable a seamless combination of goal-directed behavior and reflexes, and that's a very important thing. Here are a couple of details which have to do with the way in which biological systems adapt, basically, into control architectures, for instance, like the one I just showed. What are the factors that are really important and evolution can actually take hold of to optimize to fine-tune the performance of systems? And in that case, it's really important to think about timescales as well. There are some invariant factors that will always be the same, likely gravity, for instance, or something that's predictable, like dark cycles, for instance. And those things, systems can be optimized to deal with over a long period of time. But then we have, of course, individual adaptation requirements, because light levels change, or the motor system may change over time because of damage. And that means you have to fine-tune these control loops as well. Okay, I just go for that one here, because I think the last point is interesting. Efren's forward models are the necessary condition for solving, and you can see it in Drosophila already. And that is quite amazing. Okay, I stop here, even though I have a little bit of a couple of things I mentioned already. Thank you very much for now, and maybe there are 5 minutes for questions still. Thank you.
So thanks, Holger. Yes, so thanks, Holger. And now we have maybe 5 to 10 minutes for questions. So, yeah, we will be okay. Then I don't know who's first. I saw Matteo first. So I don't know, Matteo.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is about organisms without forward models. And I want to understand whether in your research you found any evidence that these types of organisms can distinguish self-generated motions from motions that are generated by others, like, you know, some pushing or bumping into things.
So your introduction was, what organisms are you talking about?
For instance, in the first case study you described, you didn't mention any forward model. And I was wondering...
Oh, yeah, but the first one is actually, that's where the link is back to the HS cell. That is exactly the cell I was talking about, one of the cells I was talking about in my first example. It receives that input. And actually, to get back to that in a more general question, I do not know whether simple organisms, all organisms, use that principle, but I would be awfully surprised if not.
Hi, thanks. This was fascinating. So I guess it's kind of a follow-up on Matteo's question. To what extent do you think the ability to provide this elaborate mechanistic and computational explanation depends on the fact that the model organisms that are used are insects?
Yeah, okay. So you are going in the direction, if we understand something in insects, what does it tell us about us? Is that right? Well, that's actually important to remember. That's really important to remember that it's really model organisms. And in many cases, I mentioned, for instance, depression research. Why the heck would you do depression research in Drosophila? And the answer is that the receptors that actually bind lithium, for instance, which is a therapeutic, are almost 100% homolog in humans and in Drosophila. And we have these situations where some basic mechanisms or principles, maybe even pathways or parts of them, work the same way in insects as they do in humans. Action potential, bioelectrical activity, synaptic integration, learning and memory. You can easily study that in Drosophila and learn something for us. Or compare, I mean, there are some studies in primates on these topics as well, and they pretty much are getting us similar results. I mean, there are always differences in detail, very clearly, but it is really a model system. And in the end, we always learn the most if we can compare functional systems across species and across phyla even. Because, I mean, one is the key thing for biology. Try to understand the general principles that apply to every organism, like using vision for orientation, and then try to understand the species-specific adaptations that are required to enable the survival of a particular species. These two levels, if you understand them, you understand a lot about the general organization.
Thanks for the talk. My question had to do with your discussion of the looming responses. Do you think you could go back to the slide where you showed the sigmoidal that was best fit by a third? Third power function. Yeah, good. Here. So I was struck by a couple things. First, the data were collected in a relatively sterile stimulus conditions where you had a very clear looming stimulus, right? Yeah. And you know,
this one here is not. It's actually not using the looming stimulus. This one is testing the question: how is the membrane potential of the cell converted into a spike rate?
Right.
And this is injecting current into the cell, manipulating the membrane potential, introducing changes, and then recording the spike rates.
Okay.
Spike rates on the y-axis and membrane potential on the x-axis.
Right, good. But you were validating the model that was
Yes,
constructed
exactly.
in order to explain the looming
was the
response, and
experiment,
that
yeah.
was the interpreted computational
Yeah.
function
Yeah.
of this kind of exponentiation.
Yeah.
I would call this an exponentiation, but whatever. Third power function. I'll continue on because I think my question applies even more so, which is that the basis of the computational construction of the model was a relatively simple single stimulus design. Of course, the animal's operating in a complex ecology where it's got all these competing stimuli that are occurring. And in fact, it's unclear what can be attributed to what. There's a credit assignment problem. There's also an issue of, based on that credit assignment, is it actually something looming towards me, or do I just have a noisy input? All of a sudden, when you start to take into account some of the stimulus complexity in the animal's natural ecology, you do have computational demands on the organism which look a lot more like a decision process. And it is well known, as you are very familiar with the drift diffusion model, that you do get these kinds of sigmoidal activation functions when there's integration of evidence across different competing stimulus streams. So my question for you, well, I have lots of questions, but just to narrow it down, you know, what happens, let's make it empirical, if you do present and record, I understand here you're recording the membrane potential, but if you were instead to just measure the spiking rates or the membrane potential in a complex, more ecologically relevant stimulus design, where you go gradations of strength of looming stimuli and different potential sources. That's my first question.
So, I mean, of course, this is a very important consideration that stimuli in nature are not that clean, in a sense. And of course, as you can see, if you look at these raster plots, there's a degree of variability in the responses as well, sure thing. But because of the interest of time, I couldn't actually talk about all the research that Fabrizio Gabbiani has done in the meantime on the system. It is very clear and based really, and he can reduce that to biophysical principles, that the adaptation stage in that neuron helps to specifically respond to looming stimuli, no matter whether there is some clutter around. Clutter from the computational point of view always makes a problem. But because you have a very clear-cut dynamic, in nature there are not too many different situations in which you have this sort of looming stimulus. It's comparatively straightforward. Plus the physiological properties of the neuron altogether, with all the adaptation mechanisms kicking in, helps a lot to even distinguish the case that an object is directly approaching to you, which results in a symmetric expansion pattern, or whether it's tangent on trajectory, to which the neuron wouldn't respond. So there's a high specificity implemented at many different levels of adaptation that actually makes this really a detector as opposed to a sensor.
Hi, thank you. So I take it that an historical ancestor for this kind of research on optic flow and movement control is J.J. Gibson's ecological psychology, yes, and the studies that he did on World War II pilots, how they learned to land their planes. So curiosity I had is like, how similar now do people think movement control of one's own body is compared to how we use visually guided movement control when we're guiding machines? So things like efference copy, say I'm flying a plane, my actual movement is just my hands, but then the plane itself is like moving largely. So is there something like efference copy in that situation?
Yes, you may expand that concept a little bit by thinking about conditional probability distribution. Depending on your motor action, you will have that distribution as a result.
I see.
And it could be, it's the same like, if you play tennis or golf or whatever, then you make your club or racket an extension of your body.
Right.
And then it still applies, same thing. You use a certain inverse model to just initiate a particular movement, and you have a clear-cut expectation of what you should feel in terms of haptic feedback on your hand or your body when you hit the ball.
Yeah, so phenomenologically that makes sense, but is there evidence that we learn these forward models for like extended body systems or machines?
Not entirely sure. I would love to do the research myself, but it was definitely considered by people like Daniel Bolpert in motor control when handling objects, that you plug in an expectation already that involves also memory, prior states, and so forth. As in, last time I handled this can of milk, it was full. So I know what forces I need to apply to lift it. And then from experience, you can get it completely wrong, and then it doesn't work. So I'm not sure about the systematic studies there, but I would imagine it's comparatively straightforward to show that, so that you can extend your body by tools or,
So, Holger, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. So you mentioned it's so the LGMD, for instance, that's a detector and not just a sensor. Can you say something about what would be the case when, rather than a predator potentially approaching the locus, that might be, I don't know, a mate, or how that would differ when we're not looking at the locust when it's in a stationary position, but maybe flying, and maybe, a girlfriend comes along and says, "Hi, how are you?"
Absolutely. If there was only visual information to be had, locusts wouldn't stand a chance to differentiate. But in many other insects where pheromones play a role, we know from other studies that the presenting olfactory cues is having a massive impact on visual processing. So this is really funny, and it's true. So we have looked into that as well. Locomotor states have an impact. Nutritional state have an impact. So if you are run down, you have no glucose left, then you don't do what normally you would do, is adapting your sensory functions. But if there's no energy, you can't. So you don't do that and use that energy in your olfactory system to find new food. That was done in Drosophila. But yeah, I mean, there's, yeah. What was the question before again? I just...
I don't know. I asked a few. So it's
Yes.
basically about mating or...
Oh, yeah, exactly. So it's state dependence. That's the general topic on that. So the combination of sensory cues is very important. And when I talked about visual flight control, we know that there are at least 3 or 4 other sensory systems that are contributing as well. But vision, in some situations, is the only sense that can give you information. Approach detection is one of those very close to being exclusive. But yeah, as I said, so olfactory cues, tactile cues in that context don't work, olfactory, but I don't think for an approach that would do it. So vision is pretty much the only thing they can do.
Thank you. That's it? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll F5 it. Please work? Oh, of
Yeah.
course.
Near, do you know of the...
Is it the command button or the...
What?
How to press F5 on a Mac? I mean, I guess I could just scroll up there.
F5?
Yeah, it's okay.
This just starts to...
Yeah, I know. But the button is F5.
This is okay? You want this presentation?
This is fine, this is fine.
So hello everybody. I would like to introduce our next speaker. This is Alexander Holger. He is a PhD.
Hölken.
Holken. Yes. Sorry.
That's okay.
He is a PhD student in Bochum, and he's gonna talk about multi-scale dynamics and non-mechanistic causal explanations in the cognitive sciences. So, here you go.
Thank you. Yeah, so the title of my talk is that. It's a bit too grandiose for what I'm actually going to be talking about, because I'm going to focus on one example in particular. But it is going to be, I'm going to try to convince you that there should be some kind of non-mechanistic explanation of the kind of causality that happens there that is interesting. So, just a bit of an overview of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to give you this one example that I just mentioned about cognitive coordination in the wild, so to speak. Then I'm going to try to give a small overview over how you might want to try to explain this mechanistically, and maybe argue that it's not that easy. Then I'm going to talk about what I think is the important bit about that example, which is that it has multi-scale dynamics and coordination across these different scales. And then finally, I'm going to give some outlook over how you can model and explain this coordination using non-mechanistic approaches. So, this is the example, of a cognitive process in the wild. It's a football team that is acting together during a match, and this is the match of 2014, Germany versus Brazil. If you are a football fan, you probably know that one. Germany ended up winning 7-1, and it has a bunch of, it's not just because Germany won, it's also because it has a lot of good things I can point to for this explanation. So, this is basically setting up a goal here, and I'm going to let this run twice, once so you can just kind of see what's happening. Germany is in the kind of black, dark shirts, and Brazil is in the yellow ones. And this is really kind of a very nice example of coordination within a team between members. So you see kind of these passing movements. You see the team as a whole moving up. The Brazilians are moving back as well because they're expecting an attack. And then there's this kind of really nice pass from here through where, you know, it's kind of fooling the opposing players into thinking the player in the middle is going to take the ball when really the player in the bottom is taking it. And of course, everyone kind of needs to be in on that in the German team. But they didn't discuss this before. They didn't say, you know, like, hey, we are going to do this particular thing. Sure, they have a bunch of strategies lined up, but this is kind of developing in the moment. And the argument I want to make here is that this development in the moment is something cognitive. I think that's not even that controversial. The controversy is kind of like, how do we explain the fact that it is cognitive and that it is this kind of coordination? So I would argue that this kind of skilled playing football is a cognitive phenomenon, and it strongly depends on these systems being related in just the right way, and they are just not any systems, they are nested systems. So you have individual players with individual brains, you know, interacting both in dyadic terms with other players that they're passing to, but also with the entire team. They need to be aware of where they are in the team. They need to kind of be able to also drive the team to attack if they have the ball, for example. And really what is happening here is that these are all different processes that develop simultaneously at different scales. So just to name some of these, we have the positional flow of both teams, you know, kind of going from one goal to the other. We have a single player's behavioral coordination, so, you know, how do they move their body, how do they kind of prepare to take the ball if it's being passed to them. You have running and dribbling cycles, so running with the ball, running without the ball. And of course, you have neurophysiological activity at different scales. You have whole brain activity, populations. And what I want to kind of make a point for here is that coordination in a lot of cases, especially cases like these, really coordinates spatial-temporal relations between these processes. And that's because what coordination is in service of a lot of the time is the emergence of synergies in action. So something like this would be an example of a synergy where Kim passes the ball to Sarah, such that, there's a whiff in there, that shouldn't be there, such that he can move towards an unguarded position in front of the goal and Sarah can pass to him. And this is kind of like a typical example of something like sports psychology, where you would have this description that really kind of tries to get at the synergies that are happening there, both between like how the ball is passed and how Sarah is moving to set up the next pass in a way so that the ball actually reaches the goal. And if you want to spell this out in terms of like spatial temporal scales, which is something I'm always a fan of, you can really kind of do this explicitly, right? So you can start with something like neural activity distribution within neural populations. You have, of course, large-scale activity patterns in the brains of the athletes individually. You have behavioral cycles, what I already mentioned, running and dribbling, visual tracking of the ball, visual tracking of other players. Then you have the coordination of these behavioral cycles over time. So you want to, create passing opportunities. You want to create gaps in the opponent's team structure. And then finally, you have this kind of very large-scale coordination of one's own and other players' behavioral cycles. So as a whole team, you might actually try to collude, so to speak, to tire out an opposing player that you know is particularly good. You might try to gain control of the game flow. And these are really all ways that these systems coordinate processes at a certain temporal scale. This is something I'll be talking about more. I'll focus on the temporal scale here. And an important factor there is relative timing. So how are these cycles, how are these processes timed in relation to each other? And then you have the spatial coordination aspect, which I'm not going to talk about that much because it's harder to kind of show easily and also to quantify. This has to do with something like relative position and distance between these systems. But the question I want to focus on here is how do we explain this cognitive coordination, right? And you could basically do what I'm going to criticize here and go towards it with a mechanistic approach and basically work under the principle of divide and conquer. So trying to basically make a list like this that I already kind of did and say, here's all these systems. We're going to dissect them now and see how they work. And if we know how the systems work, then we can kind of see how they coordinate together. So just to kind of make this a bit more clear what I mean here with mechanistic explanations, I'm going to draw this up here. I'm going to assume that we're talking about the kind of mechanistic explanations that share these four core principles. First, we have a sharp distinction between etiological and constitutive relations, and this is like the philosophical part, so I'm sorry about this. It's just that we have either two systems stand in a relation that is constitutive, so one system constitutes or co-constitutes the other together with some other systems, or they are causally related or etiologically, so one system causes the other system to change in some way. But it's not, you can't have both, so to speak. Causation itself is understood as something that occurs between dyads, so between two systems, and multiple of these causal relations form a causal chain. So this is like from very basic, from very traditional philosophy, just this idea that causation is event 1 and event 2 are related in some way, that event 1 changes event 2. You can substitute event for system, for entity if you would like. Then, what is quite interesting is this control of variable strategy that was identified by Den Hartig et al. In a paper that was called Complex, Not Complicated Cognition, where basically, very basically, the idea is that in order to find out how things are causally related in a system, if you want to do it mechanistically, you're basically taking out the individual parts of the system. This is the dividing part of divide and conquer, and you see what kind of possible states they can be in. If you know nothing about the system, you take out one component and you say, well, okay, I'm going to probe it until I know the possible states that it can be in without, I don't know, disintegrating or something like that. And then, I know that this is the possible range of states it can have, so whatever it's doing in the system has to be some subset of that. And then I'm going to see, I'm take out another one and see how these two interact outside of the system. And then I'm going to assume, okay, well, again, whatever they're doing in the system is some smaller part of what they're doing outside of it. I'm going to talk about why that's problematic in a bit. And then finally, this is kind of just a summary of all of this. So what you're doing there is you're decomposing a system and then you're recomposing it, like you would a radio or something if you wanted to understand how a radio works. These are just two examples of the kind of system explanations or like models you end up with there. The right is an adaptation by Krickel of Craver's famous mechanistic model, kind of how mechanisms create phenomena. And on the left is a more realistic version of that, I think. That was developed by Krickel herself because it also shows like, two processes in a mechanism can happen at the same time. But that's right, the interesting part. You want to know what's happening between X2 and X3, that they are jointly kind of doing something together. How do you explain this? So if you want to apply all this to coordinated phenomenon like football playing, you might do something like decomposing a larger scale system into smaller scale components. You might decompose the team into the individual players. And then you can investigate the component interactions individually. So you investigate how two players pass the ball to each other or something. And then you want to kind of arrive at like a recomposition idea. So you're saying, well, okay, based on how these two players are interacting, I'm going to assign some kind of functional description to what they're doing. So this player is the defender, this player is the midfielder, and the defender will want to play to the midfielder in order to get the ball closer to the goal because defenders don't usually score goals. So this is all kind of this functional attribution. And of course, it's relative to the goal. I'm using the word goal now in terms of the thing you want to reach, right? The thing you want to try to explain. And then finally, if you want to be fancy, actually like close the explanatory loop, you want to develop something like a causal or a functional network that whose structure approximates the structure of the components in the actual system. So this is something we actually already saw in the fly example. This is a simpler model, of course, but it's still the same idea, the comparative model between motor command and actual movements, motor planning and actual movement. And here, basically, there's a lot of detail lost because you're saying, well, whatever this is, this, for example, this component is just the efference copy. That's its functional description. So by being an efference copy, it does something in the system. And this works very well for human-made mechanisms. I've made this point at a couple of other talks before that basically, what you're doing here is you're defining component functions relative to some intention of a designer or a manufacturer or a user in the case of human-made mechanisms. So this is quite straightforward. You can't really argue you're using the wrong functions here. And this means that you're cutting the system at its joints. So my example is always the revolver. Where it's designed to do something, most people use it to do a certain thing, and so whatever the functions are of the hammer, for example, or the spring in there is defined very well relative to this intended function. And so the causal explanation based on functions work. But I would argue they work less well for what I call complex natural systems, where the component functions are not defined relative to an intention of a designer, because nobody, you can say in football teams, somebody designed them, right? There's a coach. But if you have something like brain functioning, the term function seems to mean something else. And really what I think it means in a lot of cases that people just don't explicate this, is that the component functions are defined relative to an externally ascribed goal. So what does the researcher think this thing should be doing? And accordingly, if you do that, and you functionally decompose the system into its components, then you're ignoring processes or states or systems that are not seen as contributing to that goal state. For example, in the case of the football players, if you're saying, well, the entire team has the goal of winning the game, then you're decomposing it into the individual athletes, and you may be asking them, what was your goal? But you're quickly going to find out that this is not really that explicatory of what the team actually does. In the example I just showed you, Germany won 7-1. If it was just about winning the game, they could have stopped at the second goal and just defended very hard, or maybe at the third, to be sure, right? But there's multiple goals realized in these kind of complex natural systems. Each player might have a different goal. Some might want to become famous by doing something really flashy. Other people might try to get as many goals as they want. Other people might just want to go home. And these goals are not externally ascribable. In the case of the football players, you can ask them, but in the case of the brain, you can't really ask a neural population what its goal is. You can just kind of try to tease that out from what it's doing. And even then you might, you have no good reference point. And my argument here is basically just to say that these kind of functional causal explanations abstract too much if you want to describe causality purely on the basis of these functions. So, can mechanistic approaches explain coordination? Well, in some sense, yes. I mean, remember that it's focused on causality between entities that are not constitutively related. So it's really on like one scale, basically. And that means coordination is only possible within individual scales because whatever does the coordination has to be on the scale of the things that are coordinated. So we would expect that for each coordinated phenomenon, you would have a coordination mechanism. In the football example, there would be coordinative mechanisms for some of these scales, for example, individual player's brain, individual player's actions, and team scale interactions. And you would try to basically point to these as an explanation for why the team as a whole coordinates with what the player is doing individually with what their brains are doing. And this is a way to basically reduce the problem from the complex larger scale to a assumed simpler, smaller scale. And there's three ways this abstraction works. So first off, you're abstracting from this complexity of the spatial temporal coordination to some kind of functional contribution where you're just plugging it into a model and saying the role of this component is this function. But in real systems, it might have more than one function, and this function might not even be well defined. Second abstraction is you're abstracting from the continuous system dynamics into discrete causal chains. So you're saying, well, this state of the system is now, discrete and causes this state of the other system, whereas the interaction is, of course, in continuous time, as everything is in our world. And then finally, you have an abstraction from the relative timing of processes to these very static, not very complex constitutional relation. So constitution is really just it's a passive static kind of relation. Is this thing within the other thing or does it constitute the other thing? And what I would like to argue or to kind of contrast against that is this idea of multi-scale dynamics. So I think this can give us a causal explanation across scales, and I think that this is a lot more amenable to explaining coordinative processes. So in complex natural systems, differences in the dynamics of systems at different scales are causally relevant. So I'm going to make the argument here that there's some kind of causal relevance of how things are organized or timed at different scales. And this includes a rejection of the idea that either something is constitutively related or causally related. I think it can be both. So the first example, or the first aspect of this is basically what we're going to talk about timing only here, is absolute timing. So how are different processes, how do they play out over time? Are they smooth? Are they in a stepped fashion? Are they a one-shot process that only happens once? Or are they cycles that keep repeating? And depending on where they are in the spatial temporal scale and how they're related with each other, these differences might make a difference themselves. There's a philosophical paper that's called that, I think. And the second one is relative timing. So how are these processes at different scales timed relative to each other? Are they coupled? Are they are they uncoupled actually? Are they harmonically coupled, which is quite boring? That's just two oscillators working at the same frequency or working to create a frequency together. Or are they relatively coordinated? This is an idea from Kelso. I can't really explain this in a few sentences, unfortunately. But the point is more to say that, you know, we're trying to not do what mechanistic approaches are doing, which is abstracting from these temporal relations. What does that actually look like? Well, one example to show what this looks like is to look at models that don't understand interactions between systems or subsystems of a larger scale system, just in terms of pairs. So we had this idea that causation is always a relation between two things only, right? And if you look at self-organizing systems, for example, you do have, of course, interactions between two subsystems. But if you have a lot of these subsystems interacting, they eventually form assemblies. They form structures that, you know, kind of have some sort of unity. And if you have multiple of these assemblies, they in turn interact with each other. So you have something like an emergence of a scale almost. You don't need to think of scale as just something that is like stipulated by the researcher, but really picking out relevant causal interactions between things that are, I would say, naturally distinguishable. And then you have these higher order interactions between these assemblies, right? And the idea here is basically just to say, well, this interaction, how it plays out on this larger scale, constrains the interactions of the subsystems at smaller scales. So in the case of the football players, you have the players interacting with each other, you know, trying to create passing opportunities, for example. And if you are you are a single player and you're in a position to get the ball towards the goal, you are going to focus more on the ball, for example, or you're going to focus more on maybe moving not towards the goal, but sideways, so you can create a passing opportunity. And this is this kind of constraint, basically. And so if you think about it in terms of mechanistic approaches, you would try to maybe model this as some kind of network where there's different nodes, and each of these nodes is connected to maybe multiple nodes, sure. But what you're really referring to as explanatory is still one of these connections between one node and the other node. And then you're saying, well, some edges of the network may be activated or something like that in a given play situation, but you don't have the model or the conceptual capacity in this case to talk about interactions between subsystems that are not just pairs. And one way to kind of get over that, so to speak, is to consider things like hypergraphs, where you can still model one-on-one interactions, but you can also model interactions between assemblies of systems and single other systems. So this would be the case in the kind of shaded region there, where we have four systems that form an assembly. And the fact that one of these is interacting, or one of the other nodes is interacting with the assembly as a whole, may change its own internal dynamics. This is this kind of approach. The cyclical complex is just a different version of that. And of course, you know, this kind of idea has led to other models that are being developed right now. So this is about the biopsychosocial model from Konings and Stilwell that deal with pain perception of the individual, which is socially modulated. Don't really have the time to explain that, unfortunately. So what do we actually do when we do the kind of dynamical explanation, right? So the first step is not decomposition, but perturbation. So we're trying to just leave the system as it is for the most part, and trying to perturb it at certain scales to see what are the stable interaction patterns between the phenomenon we're interested in and the systems at the scale that we're perturbing it at. And what this can give us is a distinction between boundary conditions for the phenomenon and control parameters for the phenomenon. And we actually had this example yesterday by Masvita, I think, who, I'm not sure if it was Masvita, but somebody talked about also football playing and a football field, and how if you make the grass, the bottom surface of the football field, into water, or you turn it soft or something, football playing is no longer possible. So that's the boundary conditions for scoring goals. If the phenomenon we're interested in is how does a team score goals, that's one of the boundary conditions. The grass, the surface, needs to be of a certain strength. And control parameters are in this case would be something like team composition. So if you bring someone who's usually a defender into an attacker position, the team is going to play worse, but it might still be able to score goals if it just plays around the person or if it adapts strategies differently. And this is basically the distinction here. So control parameters control the phenomenon more subtly than just like turning it off in the case of a boundary condition. It's not satisfied. Then once we have that, we can use this distinction to formalize what the system is doing, formalize its dynamics. So we develop equations that capture these dynamics as they are in the actual system. We don't need to take it apart for that. So one example here that's from dynamic field theory, is the dynamics of a single neuron in a population that is a factor of all these different variables I'm not going to name right now. But one I am going to name is the integral on the bottom, which just basically stands for the activation of the entire population it's in. And it has a distance parameter, so it's not uniform. But what you can do with that is you can create causal models, dynamic causal models, which really model the tendencies of change of a system in terms of topologies. And this is also what the DFT model does. This is basically like the activation dynamics of the entire neural population that emerges from this equation that I just showed you. And what the system can do is like just a simple two-dimensional thing is really amazing. It can do stimulus selection, it can do short-term memory, all sorts of things. So this, I'm going to just skip through this. I think this is more like showing off what they can account for. We have this accounting for simultaneous interactions at different scales that I mentioned at the very beginning, because we can talk about what happens at different scales in terms of control parameters and background conditions, boundary conditions, so that, you know, something at a larger scale may actually be a control parameter for some process at a smaller one. This also includes, reference to the spatial-temporal differences between the systems, because, for example, these equations, like the one I just showed you, can be coupled with other equations, and these can have different temporal resolutions. So in the equation before, there was a t there that specifies basically the time step at which this equation develops. And of course, if you change this time step at which the equation develops, you also change how it resolves. And this is relevant for how it's coupled then to other ones. And then finally, this gives you a way to specify top-down coordination in which larger scale, smaller processes entrain, slower processes entrain smaller scale, faster ones. And we can compare this in the case of the dynamics of the systems in the wild. So just a very kind of on-the-face comparison here to kind of wrap this up. So if you start with a mechanistic explanation, you would start with decomposition. With a dynamical one, you would start with perturbation. That's what I just mentioned. The type of formalization is also different. You have this idea of a causal network that is built out of causal chains that are built out of individual causal relations between two entities. And in a dynamical explanation, you would basically refer to coupled differential equations. There's not really that much more decomposition to be made there. And then, you can also, this is also a distinction between the two in terms of interscale relations. In the mechanistic explanation, you would only refer to constitutive relations between different scale systems. In the dynamical one, you would refer to both constitutive and causal ones. And it's still up for debate how this constitution in dynamical systems would be realized. What I personally prefer is this idea of activity realization or active realization. But if you're interested in that, just ask me in the Q&A. And then finally, how we define coordination also changes. So in terms of the mechanistic explanation, you would talk about a coordinative mechanism that is on a single scale. And in a dynamical explanation, you would be able to explain coordination across scales and a kind of self-organization across scales too. And then finally, just some a brief mention of some dynamical systems models that actually do this. So again, we're going to go back to the football players. In terms of their neural population dynamics, we have dynamic field theory. That's just my pet theory that I like. There's other ones that talk about neural populations. You have neural oscillations on a larger scale, which is methodologically captured by self-organized criticality models or dynamic causal models, Granger causality. You have the movement dynamics, coordination dynamics work on that, biophysics, agent environment dynamics. This is kind of the field of ecological psychology, resonance theory, social interaction dynamics, actor network theory is the only one that I'm familiar with there. It's not really my field. For e-cognition, maybe more generally. And then, you know, what we really want to do, if you want to do a dynamical systems modeling, causal modeling, is you want to unify these approaches under some kind of common epistemological framework. You want to say, what do they have in common that their coordination is kind of causally realizing? And somebody's actually started doing this. Luis Favela published a book last year on what he calls neuroecological nexus theory, which is a horrible name because it sounds super esoteric, but it's basically trying to establish a causal, like really explain in dynamical terms the causal relation between agent-environment dynamics and neural oscillations. And then this is the last slide, I swear. This is just kind of my approach to how I would do it. So if you want to get this kind of coupled causal explanations at multiple scales, how would you think about it? Well, I think about it in terms of causal topologies, basically, and in terms of constraints. So causal explanations in this system, in this approach, would be systems of equations that capture the dynamics of real-life systems. And this is like just a basic visualization of that. So if you have this relation between neural population activity and larger scale brain activity, what you can think of it in terms of neural populations, they have a certain, this is maybe not that visible down there, sorry, but they have a certain dynamics. And in terms of this topology that these dynamics create, the neural system is poised to develop in a certain way. And if it's constrained by larger scale brain activity that is present in the cortex, in the neocortex, what this activity does is it changes the dynamics of the population such that it is more likely for the system to develop in one way rather than another. And all that really means is it reduces the state of possible spaces of the system. And the same goes also for larger scale systems, so movement also reduces the space. So it's basically constraints from the top to the bottom. And in terms of constitution, I already said you can think of the other way around the relations in terms of active realization, but I don't have the time to explain this right now. All right, thank you.
So thank you very much. That was fascinating. So questions? Yes. And afterwards. Okay.
Great, thanks. Thank you for the talk. So I'm not a big fan of the mechanists, but let me strike a point in defense of them. Can you go back to the standard Craver diagram you presented earlier? So one of the things, the mechanism is pretty flexible if you actually listen to what they say, although not necessarily always what they write. And you know, there is this characterization of mechanism in that standard Craver diagram, which is pretty misleading. So let me see if I can describe it while you pull it up. So Craver in particular likes to contrast the ideological with the constitutive approach. But when you actually look at the Craver diagram with the circle that contains the phenomenon phi, there it is, the S-phying that's attempted to be explained, there's all these things at the lower level that are occurring, and all that takes up time. These are processes that are occurring that are meant to constitute the phenomenon that is being explained, but that are typically activities and various things doing things, and that take up time. And so there's an implicit specification of a temporal scale. It's not literally things constituted at a time. It's always going to be some explanatorily relevant temporal scale at which something's being constituted. So sort of in defense of what you're saying, there is this, even though it's constitutive, there are these temporal dynamics that are permitted at the lower level that's occurring. There's an ongoing evolution of the parts that are moving in various ways and talking to each other. And I was just sort of, so this is the kind of striking a point in defense. So I'm sympathetic to what you're saying. I think they do leave a lot out, but I think there's more nuance going on here in terms of the constitutive dynamic activity that's permitted at the level of the interactions between the entities and the processes that are partly constitutive, because even though they talk about constitution, you think, oh, constitution's at a time. It's actually constitution at a time specified at a relevant time scale, which is always actually some interval of time. So I was just wondering what you thought of that sort of point in defense, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I was also simplifying it simply for the purpose of the temporal constraints of the talk, but you're right, absolutely. I mean, I'm not trying to say Craver and other mechanists don't talk about time at all, but it is, as you said, like this implicit reference to the fact that there is some temporal, some distinction between the temporal scales at which the mechanism components interact and the scale at which the phenomenon is constituted. And I'm saying that if you take that distinction seriously, you're ending up with something that's not mechanistic anymore. Because you are basically saying, well, what does matter is relative timing. And that is only describable in terms of temporal dynamics, essentially. You can abstract from it and you can say, well, the phenomenon, we are describing this on the scale of 1 second intervals or something like that. And what's actually constituting phenomenon is interaction on like the 2 to 5 millisecond scale intervals. But you haven't really talked about interscale dynamics at that point. You've just say, well, here's my definition of temporal scale and what I consider to be relevant. But for example, relative timing is then about like, okay, the phenomenon may be some kind of one-shot phenomenon that happens because there are cyclical processes maintaining it for a certain amount of time. And the question is like, what causes this maintenance to end, basically? And it might be the fact that this phenomenon interacts with something on the larger scale. So we have this distinction that I think is causally relevant for between temporal scales. That is not, at least in Craver's view, definitely not made explicit.
Yes, thank you for this talk. I think I agree with a lot of what you said. Maybe just one quick comment on what David asked. I mean, if you look at this like left picture on the slide, so that was exactly Krickel 2018's point that actually this picture is misleading, namely that there's this temporal dimension, and this is why we have to think about all these things like processes that develop over time. So that was one of the main points. But what I wanted to ask is your notion of scale, because of course there's one meaning of scale, like size scale or something, where also like a mechanistic explanation, I think even Craver says that a virus can causally interact with an elephant, so something very small with something big. So the problem actually is not scale, but it's part-whole relationships, so that parts cannot causally interact with the wholes they are parts of. I mean, Krickel 28 had also an objection against that, but I think in general this is almost true by definition, that parts and wholes are related by part-whole relationships and not by causal relationships. That doesn't mean that things that are of different scales, as long as they are not related as part and whole, cannot causally interact. So I was wondering how that changes the picture, or whether by scale you just meant part-whole relationships.
Yes, that's a very good point. I didn't make this clear enough here, I think. So you have the part-whole distinction, which is also often used to, or taken to be the constitutive relation. I mean, I agree with that. I think it makes sense. But I think it depends on what you ground your idea of what makes something a part of a whole. And this is getting very philosophical here, I'm very sorry. But, yeah, no, okay, true. But I am skeptical of the idea that if you that you can just determine whether something is part of a whole just by looking if it's inside of something, if that makes sense. Like this is often the intuition that's related, right? It's this idea that the organelle is a part of a cell because it's inside of the cell. It's also smaller scale because it otherwise couldn't be inside. But it's not smaller scale. It's physically smaller if you don't want to tie it to scales. But I think this kind of part-whole distinction is muddled in a lot of complex natural systems because the players of the football team are not inside the football team. That doesn't really make sense for me to say, but it makes sense for me to say that they are part of the whole, right? But they can still, I would argue, they still interact with the team as a whole, and this is what I'm trying to capture with the scale approach. So I would almost argue the scale approach is just a different way to arrive at this part-whole distinction without having to be, or at least at the constitution relation, without having to say something about spatial temporal or spatial insertion, but it might be completely wrong. We can talk about it later.
Any more question?
Okay, so, I mean, we've talked about this before, and probably we'll talk about this again, but one thing that I have not yet asked you ever, I think, is about, yeah, so on your last slide, and you said this was provocative and you know, but you say, you know, if you're doing mechanistic explanation, you start with decomposition, whereas if you're doing dynamical explanation, you start with perturbation. Now, I don't see why you couldn't do mechanistic explanation by exactly perturbing the system, right? I mean, that's one of the methods of discovery that even Carl Craver comes up with, right? You poke the system, see what moves. I mean, this is a kind of paradigmatically part of the mechanistic strategy already. So, you know, in what sense do mechanists start with decomposition rather than with perturbation? Yeah, is it like epistemic in some sense, or you know, an ontic commitment, or yeah, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, no, you're right. I think this was probably a bit too simplified again. So you're right, because Carl Craver, for example, says in order to find out what something is composed of, you need to interact with the system in some way, right? I was trying to explain or trying to express here that, sure, mechanists or mechanistic explanations probably also start with perturbation, especially if it's a system that they don't know how it's composed yet. But the perturbation is not the means to its own end, so to speak, or the means to an end to find out what the system is doing without it being decomposed. You're trying to find out what it's composed of by perturbing it. So that's what I was trying to basically say with that, is to say, you're poking it in order to find out what it's made of, and then you take the things out that are made of, ideally, or you know, either you do it physically or you do it ideally, and then you try to see how they interact outside of the system. So that's why I wrote this. But yeah, strictly speaking, you're right. Perturbance is kind of the first step in both.
Any more? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So is it lunch, no?
No, not
A bit quicker, please. Everybody grab coffee and come back. I'm getting more and more unpolite with every time I say that. Subito. Okay, so let's start with our final talk before the lunch break. And I am very, very happy to introduce our next speaker, Fatma Deniz. And I am particularly happy because, just as a background information, Fatma is our vice president for digitalization and sustainability. And these are busy times, so we are really, really happy that you could make it and joined our conference. But that's not the important information about Fatma. She's also a brilliant researcher here at TU Berlin, so she is a full professor for computer science, or rather cognitive computing and biological and artificial systems. And her research lies at the intersection of data science, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence. And she and her research group, they explore language representation, communication, and cognition in biological and artificial systems. She has numerous publications, and she also has a book on replication in neuroscience, so also other interests apart from that. There's a recent publication in Nature Communication Biology, probably something that she's going to talk about today, about language representation, showing that the processing in the brain is at some point independent of the particular modality. And I'm sure probably we hear more about this fascinating topic because Fatma now will talk about natural language representations in humans and machines, and the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the kind introduction, for the invitation in general. I'm very happy to be here. Yes, it is. There are busy times. But I'm very happy to have an excursus to science. Thursday, Fridays are actually my science days, so it works well. Anyway, so yeah, natural language representations in humans and machines is what I'm going to talk about today. And maybe briefly, Beate already mentioned the intersections that I work on. We have on one side AI, artificial intelligence, different models, large language models, for example, that we use to understand, in one sense, the brain. That's the arrow from the left to the right, to understand the brain in terms of like different cognitive aspects, especially the focus today will be on language, but we do also other systems. And the other thing that we are establishing currently is more to use the brain as a system and the representations to try to figure out whether we can create like a loop to help out the AI systems, the models to improve, or before improvement maybe, especially in language, it's getting harder and harder, but to understand these black box systems. On the other hand, in reality, what we have is actually two black box systems, and we are trying to understand both from each other in some ways, in terms of representations. So I would like to start with, of course, large language models, which kind of like have started mastering human language tasks within the last 3-5 years. Public launch was 2022. And we know that within like 5 days, 1 million users were, reacting to it and using it basically. And nowadays we have like around 10 million daily users. We had Sam Altman here like 2 weeks ago at the TU actually, which I was moderating the session, and he also mentioned, for example, that in Europe, Germany is one of the highest queries that is using the system. I'm not going to ask who is using this. I'm assuming everybody is kind of like really actively using systems like ChatGPT. It doesn't have to be ChatGPT, right? So what are they good at? They're good at conversational AI, content generation, sentiment analysis, machine translation. They're helping us in a lot of like tasks that usually humans have been known to be unique in, right? So that was, I think, the capacity that we always said that's a unique capacity that humans have. When you look at history of language models, it hasn't started 2022, of course, or yeah, it was a way longer period of research behind this, starting from the 60s with the ELISA model. But then I think in the late 90s, we had the latent semantic analysis where I put the stars, the first stars in the 1990, which is basically from the computational linguistics, the breakthroughs in terms of like trying to figure out how we can create models for language or like word meaning, let's say, or word associations. And then came 2013, the basis for these large language models, what we call the word embeddings. And the word embeddings I will describe a little bit later, but with that, basically, now we are there where we are, right? So it's always a backbone of different models, and I really like this tree that I found in one of the papers by Yang et al., the evolution of this, of basically these large language models, right? So, and you can see the branches are getting bigger and bigger. This is 2 years ago, and there have been probably X others added to this branch. As I mentioned, word embeddings are basically the key in large language models. These are what? These are numerical representations of words. So that those are helping us to build models so that we have that we can create models on things like abstract words, basically. And we know that similarities of vectors correlate with semantic similarity of words in this vector space of words. This is the graph that you see on the left. For example, similar type of words, let's say cat and dog from the similar category of animal would have in this vector space a similar direction, whereas van and car would be also in a similar direction, but in a different space, or like directing to the different space. And the entire idea comes from distributional semantics or co-occurrence statistics, latent semantic analysis. And 1957 is the quote here from Firth, where they say, "You shall know a word by the company it keeps." So that's the basic idea, basically, around word embeddings as well, that we use words in context, and that context is used to generate what vector space it is in. And as I mentioned earlier, these are the representational base for large language models. This was the beginning, as I said, 2013 with the word embeddings as like as a computational model, let's say, for words. But these were more like static word embeddings, which lacked context at that time, which then transitioned towards like more contextual language models, which we call more in the realm of large language models. What do I mean with like context? This is a good example. For example, as you can see in language, we have like words that we use in different contexts and different meanings. A bank where you put your money in, a bank where you can sit on, or a river bank. Depending on the context, we humans understand what we mean. And if you don't do that and you have like a vector representation such as for one word bank, that would be not representing basically the human language well enough. So large language models created something that we are based on like transformer models to aggregate information over a window of context, okay? So this is just one of those models called BERT, attention mechanism you may have heard maybe, but are using basically a contextual window where they aggregate the information of different, the inputs of the neural network basically into a contextual representation of the same word. So that gives us basically the possibility to have for the bank not only one vector, but 5 or 10 different vectors depending on which context it was used. So this is basically the basis for the things that I will talk today of the word embeddings. And when you look now to natural language, right? When you're listening to me right now speaking, you know there is a cascade of information processing happening in your brain. And that happens rapidly, right? We speak in millisecond precision. We understand each other very fast. And communication is still hard, but nevertheless, you know, we in the agreed language that we speak, we have this cascade of information processing that helps us to understand each other. So this starts from the low-level information processing from phonetics, which is basically speech of sounds, phonology, phonemes, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. And the higher in the higher level you go, basically, the harder it will become for us researchers to understand what's going on. Although I'm going to talk into today on the semantics level, which is already up high, right? But being in a philosophy workshop, I'm sure we will discuss about what we mean by semantics. So on the right-hand side, you see two brains. These are unusual brain figures that you may not be familiar with. These are flattened cortical surfaces, as we call. I will show you later a video where you take the cortex of the human brain, you flatten it. You first take the surface, and then you flatten it so that we can see the entire brain at once while it's working. The white labels are basically some region of interest that scientists agreed upon over the decades that have some functions, but we don't have to worry about it right now. And the color difference is what I call feature representation. Right? Whatever basically you see, and I have these arrows from phonetics to, let's say, semantics, phonetics being on the top, that is much more located in the early auditory cortex. So it's the auditory cortex is that entire white circle. And then the one portion that you see there is has higher representation is basically the early auditory cortex, which makes totally sense when you listen to some stories, for example, that maps to that portion of the brain. And then when you look out to down, you see what we call semantic representations, but maybe for the sake of more simplicity or explicity, we can say word meaning, because we are looking more like into lexical semantics here. But what is intriguing is that in difference to the localized auditory cortex representation that is also bilateral, we can see a bilateral but much more diverse representation in the brain. And I'm going to talk to you about this basically and the cross-modality of this aspect. So given these two things, basically, on one hand, we have some large language model word representations. On the other hand, we have some brains that are doing something, representing things. The question is basically, do large language models encode information that can predict, first of all, language representations in the brain? And we're going to use something that we call encoding models, forward models, to compare also large language model representations to brain representations, but basically use language models to predict brain activity while people are doing some tasks. Okay, so basically I divided today, depending how fast I will move, into 3 parts. I have at one part more like setting up the basics, mapping language to the human brain, a computational approach. The second part will be more using this approach, looking into semantic representations in the brain, across modalities, across time scales, let's see, and then language representations in bilinguals. Okay, so what do? We design, when people join our lab, well, join, but also participate in studies, we design fMRI experiments, functional magnetic resonance imaging. These are big machines that many of you have been maybe in some context in it already. 10 years ago when we asked this question, it was less people, but nowadays it's a lot of people when I ask this in the audience. gigantic machine, 3 Tesla, high precision for looking into the brain as a whole brain, with the deficit that it has a slow temporal resolution, which doesn't come so handy when you look into language. But it is kind of like the best non-invasive measurement method that we have out there, and that we, of course, use. This is now what I told you that I will show you, the small video about how we create these cortical surfaces so that I can orient you a little bit in the human brain. So this is half lateral view, like this view of one brain in this case. And it will turn now this is the prefrontal cortex. You are going back to the visual cortex. It will flatten now, what I said, first the first surface, and now it's basically flattening. And you can see in the inner part of this, oh, it doesn't show anymore, but I can show it here. In the inner part, we have the visual cortex. Here is the temporal cortex, and here's the prefrontal cortex, and then mirrored in the other side. Okay, so basically once we have a machine, we put people into the scanner, we design an experiment, and our experiments, uniqueness about our experiments is basically that they are naturalistic. So as naturalistic as possible given the scanner environment, but we have basically the people listening to stories or reading stories, watching movies, listening to music, right? So anything that is the things that we do in a daily life as well, so that we can kind of like try to map the complexity of the outside system onto the brain as much as possible. So I will show you now a stimulus. This is not raw data, but after pre-processing data mapped onto the human brain. On the left is the stimulus presented auditorily, so people were listening to the story. On the right, you will see on the little display part, people were reading one word at a time, the same story in a different session.
Hit the brake at the red light. I flung open the door, and I ran. I had no shoes on. I was crying. I had no wallet, but I was okay because I had my cigarettes.
Okay, so this is engaging naturalistic autobiographic story that people were telling in front of an audience, and we basically let the subjects listen or read these stories. And what you maybe realize is one thing, that there are regions that are, having high activity, low activity. It's a dynamic system, obviously. And but given the fact that we see here also between listening and reading, there are differences, but there are some places that are potentially similar. No models here, again, just brain activity. So once we have this type of basically rich data set with the stimulus that we used, we can start asking a lot of different questions. So that's the advantage of using also naturalistic stimuli. It's not as controlled as otherwise experiments are done. This is bothering me why this is still running. I can stop it, I guess. There we go. Okay, starting with that, we can ask different questions, I was saying, right? How do we perceive the words? Where in the brain is the word meaning represented? Is one other question. We can ask the question, do representations differ when you read a story or when you listen to a story? Modality differences. How does the brain combine multiple words into different timescales? Let's say from the words to sentences, paragraphs, and narratives. And do they differ if you, when you read or listen to stories in different languages, for example, right, bilinguals? Or what happens when you learn a new language, which is currently a study that we started through the ERC. So, as I said, we have these encoding models that are used to predict brain responses. What are these encoding models? On one side, we have the stimulus space. This is this complex world that we have, which in this case is language, just words. And then on the very other place, other far right, is basically the brain activity, right? In the beginning, that's the only thing that we have. We have stimulus, we have the brain activity. But then we would like to create some model that explains this brain activity given a stimulus space. And that's what we are building. We are trying to first get these words into a feature space that we can operate on. These can be in different ways. Early days, we would do manual labeling, no word embeddings, no large language models, right? You would have a question in mind, for example, you would say, or maybe I would like to, maybe there is a place in the brain that has representations for abstract words or concrete words. This was a question that like language researchers asked. And then we will build basically word by word in our stimulus, a simple binary feature space saying for each word I have a concreteness or abstractness. You can also have a rating of it. You get the idea. So once you have that feature space, which is basically your questions, if you think about it, right? These are your like questions or hypotheses that you are putting into your model so that you can explain something. Then you can find a mapping, which is the description with the F here, that basically maps now this feature space to the brain activity space. So no magic there. There we have like on one side a feature space, on the other side a time series across, for each voxel across time, where you try to find a mapping. We can now do this with more like complex computational models, like neural networks, it doesn't matter, but at the end we are trying to find this mapping. Once you have a good mapping, theoretically, and we have some examples in vision science, even better ones, but nowadays also in language. For example, here by Alex Huth and his colleagues, once we have a good encoding model, we can quite easily basically turn around the equation and create even a decoding model. Basically take the human brain, try to figure out what is happening in the brain and reflect the stimulus, for example. And the way I would like to think about this approach is basically in terms of like engineering in this case is like similar to system identification, okay? So usually we have white, gray, and black boxes in system identification, where the white box is that are models that are based on biological and physical foundations. And that's the goal, right? As a scientist, that's what you want to reach. Mechanistic models, that's what you want. Then we have the mid layer, which white box models are with animal models maybe much easier. Well, not easier, but definitely not easier. But possible, I would like to say. Then with something like, in this case, language maybe. So then we have the middle ground, which is the gray box models. So there we have models based on prior knowledge and some experimental data. And I think in neuroscience in general, we are in that gray box model space, right? We have prior knowledge, we have knowledge from animal models, we have knowledge from cognitive theory. We put them together, we try to explain some experimental data. And then we have the realm that I am talking about currently, is more like this black box regime, right? We have no prior knowledge. In language, we do have a little bit, but given the fact that we use these large language models, is basically two black box models that we contrast to each other. Just to give you context the way we think, but of course the goal is to reach the gray box models and then essentially, like in physics, to come to a white box model as well. So what are the features of encoding models? They provide a framework to test multiple hypotheses and models. As I mentioned, these are your questions that you put in. Once you have a naturalistic stimulus, you can ask a lot of questions to that data set. It bridges cognitive concepts and the brain measurements that we have. Creates fine-grained maps, in this case, individual subjects. So all our studies are in individual subjects, and then we replicate each subject. And it also provides an objective measurement of relevance, in this case defined by prediction accuracy, for example, or generalization in general on held-out data sets. And then we have also interpretability, which I will talk to you a little bit about these maps that we generate. What do they mean? Which feature space they represent? Is there any more information that we can get out of these maps and models? Okay, so this is basically the background. So we are now in the semantic representation part where we ask the first question using this method. Where in the brain is word meaning represented, and are these representations, for example, modality independent? With modality, I mean in this case is listening or reading to a story, not yet vision and language, which would be the next modality, right? But starting with more simplistic models, we start with something in language, only basically between reading and listening. So what did we do? We used exactly this framework. As I mentioned, we collected brain data on natural language as stimuli, and these auditory language stimuli that you listened earlier. Then we built different feature spaces, as I say, and we built these different feature spaces in with different aspects. We have semantic feature spaces because we are interested in word meaning. We have also, and those are based on, this case, word embeddings, or like word associations, basically co-occurrence models, things like that. But we also, in addition to these models, when we fit them, we also fit other models, which is basically models that we have in the language domain, such as syntactic parser trees, for example, parse trees, in order to explain away at least the variance of these models that may be, well, like that they are differently in the language stimulus that we have. So we are trying to get at the base of like word meaning and create as many models as possible to explain the data or explain away correlating factors. The other important aspects are, of course, the low-level models, like when you have a visual stimulus like reading, you have visual processing going on in the brain as well. So you create visual spectrotemporal. Visual is on the right. These are based on motion energy models, Gabor filters with a time component in this case. We built that as well for the dynamic reading stimulus, so we explain about everything that is going on in the visual cortex, and also spatiotemporal models, for example, for the auditory representations, like pure auditory representations. Okay, and then we, as I mentioned, we built this straightforward linear model, which is basically on the left, you see in the green, the stimulus features, you create some regression weights. I will get into that in a little bit. And then on the right, you have the bold responses, and you fit like a, simple regression model. And that simple regression model has just one uniqueness into it. It's a ridge model, first of all, a regularized regression, because we have a lot of feature spaces, right, and a lot of dimensions, then time points. But also, we have this characteristic on this ridge model where we treat every feature space as a bundle so that we regularize for a feature space and not across all feature spaces. This is a little bit maybe detail, but it becomes important when we want to extract literally what representation one specific feature space has and not only one row in a feature space. Okay, once we have that, we have a regression model, right? We go back to the scanner, we put the person into the scanner again. They listen to a new story. This is my held out story set now. We repeat that several times in order to get like a better SNR, signal to noise ratio. So we average those many repetitions. So we have a kind of hopefully good held out data set. And then we use that regression weight to predict brain activity. So once we predict the brain responses, we again, as I said, we also collected the real actual brain responses. Now I can go back and compare them, right? I know how similar is my predicted brain response to the brain response that I collected. And that's my measurement. That's my prediction accuracy, and that's what I'm going to show you on the maps of the human brain. In this case, you can use a simple correlation matrix, right? Pearson's correlation or R-square. And this is what we found basically in the study, where when we on the top you see people listening to a story, and we are predicting listening data. On the bottom you have reading and people predicting reading data. And it's surprising when we first looked at this data sets that first of all, a lot of regions in the brain light up, but also are well predicted, and bilaterally, in fact, right? We have left and the right hemisphere. This is the stripe, so I will move again, which we call the temporal, parietal, and prefrontal cortex. That's like in both sides. And the other thing that you see is when you do this in listening and reading, we have very similar maps. So meaning basically semantic information is distributed across the cortex, right? And then they're very similar across these two modalities. But there's another way to look into how the similarity could like hold in terms of like modeling, where we can take basically one modality, the listening data, to predict the reading data, for example, or vice versa. So that will give us much more confidence in terms of like, oh yeah, we have a similar representation because I'm taking one different data set, right? That representation to predict brain activity, or like that model that was learned in that representational space to predict brain activity in the other space. And again, when we do that, the maps look very similar across these two modalities, or like these two cross-modality predicted spaces. We do, as I mentioned, do all the what we do in individual subjects. So this was in one person's brain, which is, if you do fMRI, super surprising because we have such a high signal, and that is because we do one person for a long time scanning. Like this is 3 hours of data basically for one subject, and 3 hours per modality as well, like 6 hours. So basically, you can see here, you can do this, look into this every individual, which again gives you the confidence that you're replicating across people and across modalities, with some individual differences for sure, but also quite a lot of similarities. So this is just a summary slide to showcase maybe the fact that we use these word embeddings is no magic. It's, again, like something that has been replicated in many different studies since then, or earlier studies as well with Leila Vehbeh's work from 2014 starting on. And then went on to look into different type of large language models and comparing them. That's the bar plot that you see. Every color reflects a different type of large language model, for example, and how well they predict brain activity. Okay, so this is nice, right? This is good. We have like brain regions. We know those brain regions do some semantic or word meaning processing or representation. I don't like to say anything about processing because I can't say anything about processing, but I'm mapping those representations onto the brain. So these are basically regions in the brain that they like to do something related to word meaning. But we would like to also understand what type of information is behind these regions, right? We know roughly these are no semantics, but we don't know exactly what concepts do they like. So that's the next step. What we do, usually we have one subject space, right, with semantic features on one dimensions being 300 to 600 dimensions, or 400, and then the voxels being, in fact, around 60 to 80,000 voxels per subject, depending on the brain. And this is a large space. Usually, if we would have, for example, just this concrete abstract representation that I was saying, you would go into the brain and say, oh yeah, this likes concrete, this likes very much more like controlled experimental style, basically. We can't do that here. So what we do in science, we do a principal component analysis to combine these different regression weight models that we learned, basically. These are model weights, and then try to figure out what is the defining dimension that explains my data the most across people, across voxels, and then map everything onto that space to kind of like get an idea what each particular voxel potentially is doing. I never defined the term voxel, but it's a 3-dimensional pixel that we measure per unit in the fMRI machine, or in the MRI machine. Okay. So this is what we do, basically. We have that, first of all, that semantic feature mapped onto the principal component space, right? We have that compressed, I would say, compressed space for the semantic representations. And then we have each individual subject's model weights. So now what we are doing is simple projection onto this principal component space in order to map each individual voxel now into this compressed semantic space, right? And then we do even further to visualize things to help us understand what parts of the brain do what type of information processing. For each voxel, we do a RGB color map, right? The first principle, like the first 3 principal components usually explain the most variance in this type of data set, sometimes around 5. But the first 3 we look into and then RGB color map them and then map it to the brain and then see which part in the brain are actually representing similar things, first of all. And that's what we now did on this one particular subject's brain. You can see different things, right? First of all, it's a nice, colorful brain map, but then it has also meaning behind it. So in this distributional space, basically, that like representations are distributed across the human brain, you see colors that are basically clustered, right? In one way, they're clustered, so they're like purples, there are greens together on the left, but also on the right, which makes sense for several reasons, the way the brain functions, but also in terms of like just the nature of the data, because we are measuring neighboring voxels just represent similar things, but also the nature of function and brain organization. That's one thing. And the other thing, you can see that these clusters look, again, modality-wise, very similar. It could have been different, right? It could have been that the brain, even though the prediction accuracy that I showed earlier was similar, that similar part of the brain would, in one modality, prefer more, I don't know, action type of words versus visual words. But we see that this did not happen, right? Or this is not happening. We can discuss this later, but when you read and listen to the same thing, you would then maybe think, oh yeah, it makes sense that they should not maybe map to different places in the brain. But again, it could have happened. So how we do get the labels is a even second level projection from the word embeddings. But those are coming from basically clustering all the stimulus words that we have and then projecting into the basically same semantic space so that we can not only have these clusters and colors, but also some labels and concepts that are behind these clusters. And again, we replicate this across people. I'm showing only 2 subjects here, just because otherwise it's too full. But also to show a little bit of the individual differences that we have. I picked intentionally not the same subject or like the same representational subject, but a little bit differences. So I'm sorry, this title is not correct anymore because I changed last minute things. So the next question that we tried to ask was basically, can we use context integration from the transformer models in the same data set, by the way? And remember that context integration is basically the thing that allows us to have for each stimulus word that has maybe different meanings, a different vector space as well. So can we use that integration over context, which is done by attention heads in this particular model, to understand, to look like where this information essentially is also represented in the human brain. So I'm not going to go into detail of the model, but when you do take that aspect of the attention heads, which is basically doing some context integration over a window of words, we map it here onto 3 axes now. And this is a winner-take-all representation or visualization here. The red voxels are just normal contextual embeddings without looking into this particular attention heads. The green ones are more like these contextual integration attention heads mechanism. And then everything that is blue is low-level information processing that we don't think is related currently now to the specific word embedding or like word meaning representation. They're helping us to get it, but don't have the word meaning themselves in the voxel representation. So again, you can see that there are some regions in this case, high-level auditory cortex. I can use this. High-level auditory cortex that are more doing attention. Here's MT, but also a little bit the broadcast language area, or here SPMV, another language area that is more specified to look into this contextual integration. I'm running a little bit over time, so I'm going to skip a little bit faster through, which briefly maybe I want to mention this one as well. This is Anuja's work. We have looked into not only one model. This is a similar type of data set, but a little bit different, where we have now not only have the narrative as a condition, you have one here narrative, we chunked it down into sentences and then shuffled it, right? So random sentences. Or we are doing a little bit more controlled experiments now, basically, or we do chunk it to single words and then shuffle all the words. Why do we do that? Because there is literature that is based on only single words or sentences, actually, in our domain, and narratives representations are less studied, let's say. So we try to bridge that gap between more naturalistic to more controlled and see how similar these are. But by doing that, we are also, in addition, looked into different type of models and how their representations are actually differ in the brain, or where, not how, but where in the brain. And now you can see several things again. One, single words, blocks I don't want to mention too much, but single word sentences and narratives are the most intuitive ones to understand, I think, at this stage. If you shuffle just single words, basically to the brain, first of all, the predictive accuracy in general is much lower because your brain likes to see things in context. This is what we do. This is what we are trained for. You add a little bit more sentence, you can see all the models that I'm showing with different colors are, predicting better or like more brain regions. And in narratives, it's getting even more, which again, I think makes sense. Although most of the literature that we have had in language modeling was based on single words or sentences. And the other axis that is the different models, we can see that maybe the take home here is basically the more context you add into your stimulus, right? And the more contextual your model gets, the better you can predict in these different regions. So things are much more becoming red as in the contextual model because, again, these are more models that have learned the natural language context the way also we humans are essentially using it. Okay, so how much time do I have actually? 2 minutes? Probably. My clock says, yeah, got it. It will be 5. Okay, so I mentioned this briefly, but I'm not going to go into detail then. We also looked into visual and language space, right? How do cross-model representations between vision and language actually look in the brain? Where in the brain is the cross-model representations are processed? When you watch something versus when you listen to something. And what we find, again, a different color map in this case, people were watching things, we labeled them, and then did the same procedure with the encoding modeling and mapped everything that is more languagey, okay, with blue, and everything that is more like vision with red, and everything that is white on the brain, which is this anterior, so this posterior to anterior axis here, are regions, in fact, that are more like object recognition areas, partially as well, but transition areas that are more in this aspect for cross-model representations between these tongues. So I call this interim conclusions, but I want to tell you one more thing before I end, which is the bilingual study. Again, we looked into these things with cross-model language representations, but there's no difference in, you can just replace basically listening and to reading with 2 different languages, right? You let your subjects lie in the scanner and let them read or listen to, read, for example, the same script in 2 different languages, in bilinguals or people who speak two languages. And when we do this, so encoding model, as I mentioned, we see, again, some similar maps with some differences, right? First, we see the same regions do represent this information, word meaning information, similarly across languages in the same brain, right? There is amplitude differences. And when we look with a similar method that, as I mentioned, with the principal components to what type of information is behind these voxels, we also find clusters that are either family-related, communication-related, cognition or location or numbers-related in similar location between English and Chinese. But with a slight difference, so because we know from behavioral studies that people also, and people who speak more than one language know this experience, I think, as well, when I ask in what, like, do you count, for example, those who speak more than one language? Do you count in your native language, or, like, just the question, how many people would prefer to count in their native language? Yeah, usually around 78% maybe does this. And this is particular basically with numbers, but there are other things, emotions, for example, right? Which language do you prefer to use when you speak to your child, for example, if that child is not bilingual? We try to look into this as well by going towards a theory. So I'm going to skip a lot of things. Here, I want to get here to understand. Even though things are very similar, as I showed, between these 2 language representations, do we find anything that is maybe different that reflects this behavioral aspect of, like, I prefer numbers, but the brain shows me numbers are processed in similar brain regions in different languages, so what's going on still? So what we did, we looked into something we call tuning shifts. So basically tuning is this regression model weights, at the end of the day, the preference of a particular voxel. And we looked into differences. Just keep that maybe in the mind. And the hypothesis that we had basically was similar to tuning shifts with attention. Like if you think about you're attending to one language, therefore you are changing your focus within the same conceptual space, basically. Let's say there's a voxel in your brain that prefers family-related things, okay? But it still could be that you prefer more like time-relevant things to family, like anniversaries, etc., or other things, remembrance type of things, right, in one language over the other language. And the same goes for location. You can say more like numbery things, that is more like distance, or more like navigation, right? And that's something we managed to show, basically. This is all data-driven, so there's no particular hypothesis behind it, nothing more than what I just said, where we have particular brain regions that they shift their representation from one conceptual subdomain to the other one, which is here between numbers and actions, or relationships, depending on what language you are currently either paying attention to or listening, for example. With that, I should stop and conclude. First, one thing, I think what I want to make is encoding modeling is using naturalistic stimuli, first of all, allows us to study multiple levels of hypotheses about the cognitive functions, right? Semantic representations are, as I showed you, modality independent between listening and reading. Stimuli with greater context is better predicted by contextual language models. Then semantic representations within individuals are mostly shared across Chinese and English, but this holds, it's not a Chinese-English property necessarily. And models trained in one language, didn't show you, but accurately does predict also in the other language, like cross-language predictions. And again, the last point is what I just briefly mentioned in the end, that within this shared organization, we still have semantic representations that are modulated by the particular language. And then with that, I'm going to thank my lab, you, for your attention. Yeah, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Fatma. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. We have about 10 minutes for questions, but afterwards we have the lunch break, and this will be, I think, 1.5 hours, so there's a lot of time for discussion. I will start on the right side. David, and please keep your hands up so I can write it down.
Thank you for that talk. Very nice talk. Very interesting to see the success of cross-condition generalization. The CCGP performance was high, which was great. For about 10 or 20 years now, we've seen these distributed semantic representations from Jack's work, your work, beautiful work. I'm going to take the opportunity to ask a question that I've always wanted to ask about these. That's always been confusing. How should I interpret the fact that we do see such spatially distributed representations? It seems, on the one hand, that I don't need a whole brain in order to speak or understand language. You give people with various kinds of lesions who can still speak. But on the other hand, and I think they can speak about all of those semantic topics, but on the other hand, there is now reliably findings from your lab and others that you do see this whole brain distribution of these semantic representations. What do I make of that from like a mechanistic, I'm a monkey physiologist by training, right? It's like, what's going on here? Is this just because of the way fMRI works, or is there some mechanistic insight? Like, should I interpret this sort of spatial distribution of findings?
I think Jack, being a monkey person, has definitely the same the same questions to us all the time. Yeah. I guess there are two things. So we are here very high level, right? We are not on a speech level. Speech level, I showed you in a very early map, right? That's very localized, very focused, or like sound level. It's not even speech, no production here, all comprehension. So that's one thing. The second one. So the high-level part is basically what it's telling us. This distribution is when you think about a concept like like a car, it has many different parts, right? And those different parts, or not only parts in terms of like the car's parts, but in terms of like we hear the sound of the car, we have the car's color, we have a lot of different aspects of the car. Right? We have a Porsche, we have a Fiat, whatever. So all these things are, in some sense, clustered and distributed. And that's what we are probably seeing here, right? In that sense, the mechanistic information behind this is that the different aspects of one particular concept is certainly distributed, right? Why should just one brain do all these things? We know that's not happening, right? There's like distributed processing. And I think this is basically what these maps are adding on to the knowledge that we have, let's say, from localized more lesion studies. But that question always bothers me because these questions are very, like many people think about this, right? Because we know from stroke also, when you have stroke in particular regions, you lose your language abilities or comprehension abilities or production abilities. And that's also interesting, in fact, because there is a very good paper by Kathy Price from London, I guess, right? Anyway, but she has a very good review paper on this topic of like bilateralization. This is more like bilateral, not distributed, but is language really lateralized? Question that is also bothering, I think, a lot of people. And shows that many of these stroke-related assessments that are made are looking always, I don't remember what, but looking into one particularity of the lesions or the stroke behavior. So even there, she shows in her paper that we have like in the right hemisphere. You didn't ask me that question, but this is the other follow-up question usually comes that I'm taking before.
Okay, so I have 4 people on the list. We have 4 minutes. Probably we can't make all people
coffee break.
on that list, but during lunch. Marcus?
Thank you very much for this fascinating research and this beautiful talk. I have more. You used the large language models to derive your feature space for the. What is your take on the large language models here? Are they a good model of human semantic organization, or are they just a tool that helps you to summarize semantic information that is present in the wild. And maybe relatedly, if we think about this as a kind of a model or of a summary of how semantics is organized, you showed some impressive single subject decoding data. Could you potentially enhance the predictability if you would train the large language models on individual subjects?
Parts that I skipped. It's a work that Suba and Anuja are sitting here right now that we are currently working on actually. There are some work that shows that you can do this in vision. Like you can use to pretty accurately train a model to improve the model's performance, let's say, right? And we are also doing this in language. There's also some research on this by Maria Toneva's lab in Saarbrücken, for example, or Leila Wechber's lab in CMU. And now we are doing this, for example, to fine-tune the brain, the large language model to adapt the behavior of the human brain for different languages. So it's definitely possible, but the improvement of the model, that's also what you asked, right? The improvement of the model in terms of like what tasks it will then do better, that in language is a little bit harder. Like again, in vision, that has been shown to be improving performance essentially, but in language, depending on the task, it's a little bit different.
You mentioned at some point the syntactic parsers as a benchmark of, do you have anything? It's interesting to see how it integrates with all this work, so what's going on?
Okay, yeah, so I don't have anything here, but we always, like the focus for us was semantics, but we of course look at the maps as well for the syntax, right? But there's an ongoing debate, in fact, in the literature for language in the brain. Is semantics and syntax collocated, right? Are the same brain regions processing or representing these two informations, or are they separate? And the knowledge from what, I don't want to say too much about our maps. The reason is because the models that we fit in this data set were literally parse trees that were so much weaker than the semantic models in general, right? But they correlate with the regions that the semantic model has. Because the word embedding model is a very powerful model, in fact, when it comes to explaining the narrative brain activity. But to give you an answer in what is going on in the literature, it's more like towards the direction of these syntactic and semantic representations are possibly in a more similar, like it's just too correlated basically in our language, the way we use them, and in the models. So we don't have a good separation yet. Fedorenko's lab in MIT is working on this very in a controlled manner to say, okay, I have a Jabberwocky sentence, no semantics, but syntax in it, and then try to look in these distinctions.
Okay, so we have time for one further quick question, which is...
Yeah, thanks. It's a curiosity. I'm interested in whether your group also included stimuli that are non-words or sentences that might not be syntactically possible, as in, sentences that are just sensitive to the order of the words.
The most controlled condition that I did was shuffling the words. But again, like Fedorenko's lab is doing those things a lot, right, in different aspects, and that literature is beautiful.
It's okay, it already been addressed. It was about lateralization.
Before we go to lunch, let's thank partner. Lunch is served as in the room where you found the snacks yesterday, so H2.
No, I don't need to take it.
now we can start. Okay, thanks everyone for coming to the second part of the day. It's a great pleasure to introduce Oron Shagrir as our next speaker. Oron is actually, besides being a great colleague and a good friend, is the Vice President of the Hebrew University for International Affairs and other issues. He actually founded the Cognitive and Brain Sciences Department at the Hebrew University, and that was a model for other departments in Israel. I should know because I'm part of one of them. And given that you see my name on the slide as well, please be very, very kind and only very, very easy questions. Okay? Oron, please.
Thank you, Nir. So, so it's a joint work with Nir. And the talk is about miscomputation. In general, explaining miscomputation is the desideratum of accounts of computation, much like explaining a misrepresentation is a desideratum of accounts of representations. Explaining malfunctions is a desideratum of accounts of biological functions, etc. And but what we want to present here is a challenge to accounts of computation, the challenge of miscomputation, which actually we do not think that also applies to misrepresentation and malfunction. We think that there is a difference between them. I'm not sure that I will have time to talk about the difference, but we can discuss it during the questions and answers session. So the challenge roughly is this. It is presented to what we will call norm-based accounts of physical computation. And the challenge is this. If the norms of the system is to compute some specific function, then when we deviate from the norm and compute another function, so the system doesn't satisfy the norm anymore, so we cannot say that it computes. If, on the other hand, the norm is to compute some function, so non-specific function, then since the norm is to compute any functions, then when computing, the system complies with the norm, and it computes but does not miscompute. So this is in general. Of course, I will specify it in much more details. So the plan is as follows. I will start with some observations about miscomputation. Then I will say something about what we mean by norm-based accounts of computation. Then I will present the dilemma. If time permits, I will talk about the other malfunctions, including misrepresentations. And finally, possible ways out. I want just to emphasize that we do not claim that the problem of miscomputation is unsolvable. We just want to say it requires more sophisticated explanation than provided so far. Okay, so some preliminary observations. So if we look at the dictionary definitions of miscomputation, so we see those things. And what is interesting here is two facts. One of them is that miscomputation is identified with mistakes, error, incorrect, wrong, etc., but also that miscomputation is a form of computation. So to miscompute is to make a mistake in computing, or miscomputation is incorrect computation. Another observation is that miscomputation is central in many sciences. So for instance, there is a nice paper by Matteo here who discusses the use of miscomputation in explaining psychiatric disorders and other problems in cognition. as a result of miscomputation. Another field is, of course, computer science and even scientific computing, in which studying computing error is very, very central. When we come to philosophy, so probably it's nice to start with Kripke. Kripke has a very famous discussion on miscomputation, and in his, when he discusses in general dispositional theories of meaning, and then he says about this, actual machines can malfunction. Through melting wires or slipping gears, they may give the wrong answer. And Kripke relies on actually many passages that we find in Wittgenstein, both in philosophical investigations and remarks on the foundations of mathematics. So Wittgenstein, for instance, says, we talk as if these parts could only move in this way, as if they could not do anything else. How is this? Do we forget the possibility of their bending, breaking off, melting, and so on? So in this very short phrases, I think that Kripke captures three important features of miscomputation. First is that miscomputation is a sort of malfunction, which is for him a deviation of a norm. For Kripke, the norm of computation is to compute some mathematical function, and he discusses famously the function of addition, of computing plus. And also, I put some citations from more modern papers. The second one is the second feature of miscomputation, that the system in miscomputation produces wrong outputs. So instead of producing, if we talk about plus, x plus y, it will produce, at least for some inputs, outputs other than x plus y. And here is something along this line that is also mentioned by Matteo here. Finally, Kripke talks about there are different kinds of miscomputation, but Kripke mentions the paradigmatic case, and the paradigmatic case is that when there is some problem or some fault in the hardware. So for instance, our computer, our laptop, there is, put in some extra hot conditions, and there is some melting of the wires or something like this, and as a result, it produces the wrong output. In this case, we will say that the system miscomputes. We will not discuss here, and there are interesting discussions of all kinds of sorts of miscomputation, whether it's the designer fault or the software engineer fault or the user's fault. So we will not make those distinctions. We will also not get into the question whether miscomputation is permanent or temporary, and whether the deviation is slight or extreme. We will just focus on Kripke's and Wittgenstein idea of some fault in the hardware that causes the machine to produce the wrong outputs. What we would emphasize in another distinction that is highlighted by Chris Tucker in his paper on miscomputation, and Tucker distinguishes between two types of malfunction in computing system. One is miscomputation, and the idea here in miscomputation, what is important, as we said before, is that instead of computing the function that the system should compute, f, say addition, the system computes or miscomputes another function g that deviates at least in some outputs from the function f that the system should have computed. So this is distinguished from another malfunction, which Tucker calls non-computation. In non-computation, the system does not compute at all. So for instance, if there is a complete melting of the computing system and it produces nothing, then we would say the system, of course, malfunctions, but it computes nothing. So there is no computation here whatsoever. So our focus here is on the first kind of malfunction, miscomputation, but we have to remember not every malfunction in computing system is miscomputation. So this is one moral. Another moral is that miscomputation requires computation. No miscomputation without computation, if you want. So, so these are some introductory remarks about miscomputation. Now, a little bit about what we mean by norm-based account of computation and accounts of physical computation in general. So philosophical accounts of physical computation try to specify the conditions under which a physical system compute, and to set apart systems that compute, like maybe nervous systems and laptops on the one hand, and maybe systems that don't compute, like hurricanes, stomachs, chairs, and rocks, for instance. And the norm-based account, and most of the current accounts of computation are more-based. It includes mechanistic, semantic, all sorts of pragmatic account. They take it that the norm of the system is an essential part of computation. So a physical system that fails to satisfy their norm does not compute at all. And the reason that current accounts of computation embed the norm in the characterization of computation is that, as we will see momentarily, it enables them to rule out or to exclude non-computing system from the computational domain and to solve all sorts of other problems. To see this, let's look at a more old-style theory of computation that was advanced by David Chalmers in the 90s. So Chalmers basically provides an account of implementation, and he says that to compute a function is to implement some formalism, and for him this means that there is some constraint mapping between the implementing physical system P and the formalism S. So this account is non-normative in the sense that whatever the norm of the system is, it's not part of the definition of computation. The system computes if it implements a formalism. That's it. So it computes F if it implements a formalism that leads to F. It computes G if it implements a formalism that that leads to G. And of course, someone can say that the norm of the system is to compute F, which is fine with Chalmers, but it's not part of the definition of computation. Whether the system satisfies the norm or not is not part of the condition on computation. The main condition is just the mapping thing. The problem with such accounts is that it seems that basically every system implements some formalism, satisfy this definition. So the stomach implements some formalism, the rocks, the chairs, hurricanes, etc., and then the problem is that basically everything computes, and so this is a problem with a non-normative account. So norm-based account, unlike the Chalmers account, says that the computation is normative and the norm is part of the essential part of the characterization of computation. So for instance, on the semantic accounts that I favor, we say that there is no computation without representation. And what is normative here is the norm of representation. So the norm of computation is part of the norm of representation. And by going this way, you can say, well, stomachs, hurricane, chairs, and rocks don't compute because they represent nothing. There is no representation, so no computation. The same with all sorts of perspectival accounts that anchor computation in the normative standards of the, in this case, the scientist or an external observer. We will focus here on the mechanistic account of computation. And the mechanistic account, what it says, so first, this is from one of the mechanists, Coelho Molo, who says, according to mechanistic accounts, computational systems are a type of teleological mechanism, where teleofunction introduce a dimension of normativity insofar as there is something it is for a component or system to be working properly or failing to do so. So the mechanistic account identifies computation with some teleological function, and this teleological function, according to Coelho Molo, introduces a dimension of normativity. More specifically, Gualtiero Piccinini says that a physical computing system is a mechanism whose teleological function is computing mathematical function f from inputs I and possibly internal states S to output O. To cash out this definition a bit more, so basically Piccinini says, well, a physical system is a computing system just in case it has the following characteristic. Let's start with the second. The second condition says, basically, we discussed it a lot yesterday, that the process should be medium independent, which is, for Piccinini, you can think of it also as implementing some formalism. But as we saw this is not enough to distinguish between computing and non-computing system. So, what Piccinini says, it also has to have the teleological function to proceed in this medium-independent fashion or to implement a formalism. So otherwise, the system does not compute. So the reason that stomachs and the reason that, let's say, hurricanes and rocks don't compute is that they don't have teleological functions at all. And stomachs don't compute. Stomachs have maybe teleological functions, but they don't have the teleological function to proceed in a medium-independent fashion or to implement a formalism. So this is the way the mechanistic account account for physical computation. Okay, so this was quite a long introduction, and now just the question is why explaining miscomputation is a real challenge for norm-based account of computation. We think that the challenge is general for a norm-based account, but we will focus on the mechanistic account. So to see this, let's look at, let's go back to Piccinini's characterization of computation. He says a physical computing system is a mechanism whose teleological function is computing mathematical function f from input I and possibly internal states S to output O. So we can understand the mathematical function f as that Piccinini refers to some specific function, let's say addition, but we can also understand this as referring to some general function, that it has to compute some mathematical function, not specific. So let's look at these two options in turn. Let's start with f is specific. The problem here is that if the teleological function is to compute a specific function f, such as addition, then it seems that the normal function that the system should compute is f, for instance, addition. The problem is that when miscomputing, the system computes a non-normal function g, but then it does not satisfy the condition that it should compute f, and since the teleological function is part of the definition of computation, then the system cannot compute g, and if it cannot compute g, it does not miscompute at all. So let's look at what I said in a more structured way. So we can think about it as the following argument. Premise 1 says that miscomputation is computation, namely that when a system miscomputes, it computes a function g instead of computing the normal function f. Premise 2 says that computation is normative. A system computes a function f only if its teleological function is to compute f, which is its normal function. And premise 3 says that even when miscomputing, the teleological function of the system is to compute the normal function f, not to compute g, but if the three premises together lead to the conclusion that there are no miscomputations. To see it again, let's start from the third premise. Let's say that the system, what it does, it miscomputes and it performs a function g. But according to premise 3, even when the system miscomputes, its teleological function is still to compute f, not g. But then according to premise 2, a system computes a function only if its teleological function to compute this mathematical function g. But since it's not the teleological function of the system to compute g, but f, so it means that the system performs g, but it does not compute g. But according to premise 1, miscomputation is computation. If the system does not compute g, then it does not miscompute at all, and therefore there are no miscomputation at all. So let's take the other horn of the dilemma. The teleological function of the system is not to compute a specific function f, like addition, but some function, some mathematical function. But then the problem is that when the system performs g, it complies with the norm, because the teleological function is to compute some mathematical function. It doesn't matter whether it's f or g. But then there is no reason to say that the system miscomputes, because it does what it should do. It should compute some mathematical function. So that's what I said here. So just the dilemma is that on the one hand, the norm is computing a specific function. In this case, when performing g instead of f, the system does not conform with the norm, and hence it does not miscompute, since it does not compute at all. On the other hand, the norm is computing some general function. This one, okay. In this case, when performing g instead of f, the system conforms with the norm, but then there is no reason to say that it does not miscompute. Thus, either our system does not compute when performing g, or it does compute g but does not miscompute. In both directions, we get to the same conclusion that there is no miscomputation. Okay, how much time I have, Neil?
7 minutes. 2 minutes to my signal.
Okay, so I'm going to possible ways out. Okay, so so how do we solve this problem? How can we account for miscomputation? So one way to do this is to give up premise 1 and to say, well, miscomputation is not computation. When performing a function g instead of f, the system does not compute g, and it just performs G, and so and in this respect, there is no problem because just performing G is enough. It doesn't have to compute it because miscomputation is not computation, it's just what we called before non-computation. There are several, this option is not very attractive. First, it seems that when a system, for instance, think about Kripke's examples that the system, instead of plus, is doing quas, it systematically produces, other outputs instead of the original outputs of plus. So we still want to say that there is some computation here. Also in computer engineering and computer science, there is people refers to all those computing error as types of computational errors, namely that there is something here about computation. Another reason is that if we compare miscomputation to misrepresentation, misinformation, and miscomputation, in all these cases, these are interesting malfunctions because when the system misrepresents, it represents, and when it miscommunicates, so it communicates, etc. So the same with miscomputation. The problem is interesting because when the system miscomputes, it also computes. And lastly, in some way, this way out really also is really in accord of with our conclusion that there are at least no interesting cases of miscomputations. There are only non-computations. So, so this does not look like a very attractive way out. Another way out is to give up maybe the current wave of theories of computation. They went in the wrong direction. We should go back to something like David Chalmers' theory and just remove the normativity from the definition of computation. So this proposal is made by Tucker in his paper on miscomputation. And then, of course, when the system performs G in a medium-independent fashion, it doesn't have to, whether it has a teleological function or not is not relevant, so we can say it computes, and in this way, we solve the problem. This way out is interesting, but of course, it brings back all the problems that we try to avoid when we try to account for computation, because then we have to count also stomachs, chairs, rocks, etc. as computing system. Okay. More interestingly is to say, actually, there are two different norms here that are in the interplay. And we should distinguish between them. One norm is the one that defines or individuates computation. In the mechanistic account, we could think about the teleological function even we can think about computing some general function as a definition, as an essential part of computation. So a system must have the teleological function to compute some function. But then, so this is one kind of function, but the other kind of function is the normal function. The normal function is not related to the teleological function, is something else. And this is the mathematical system that the mathematical function the system should compute. And this normal function does not contribute anything to the individuation of computation. So if we go this way, so it seems that we get what we want together. On the normative side, we can distinguish between computing and non-computing system. But here, since we can account for miscomputation, because we can have some other conditions of the normal function, these are not satisfied. So when the system performs G instead of F, it does compute and so miscompute. The question here is how we relate those to norms, and especially what is the source of the normal function if it's not the teleological function. So here, so I think that in some ways, and this is I mentioned here, Gualtiero and Tucker and also Matteo, who also wrote about miscomputation, I think that the way they think about miscomputation is somewhat in this way. And then at least some of them, and I think Matteo here is in this group too, think about the normal function in more perspectival, observer relative, or the interest of the for instance, the explanatory interest of the scientist. So Piccinini, for instance, says the performance of an organism, trait, or an artifact can be evaluated from many perspectives. This is especially important for artifacts because many different agents may participate in the design, construction, preparation, and use of artifacts. So for Piccinini, the computation is objective and observer independent in the sense that the teleological function is something real and is not dependent on the observer, but the normal function is something that someone from outside imposes on the system, like the designer or the user or maybe the scientist. Yeah, then there are some questions to this account, and especially then, but what does determine what function the system actually computes? It's not the teleological function, it's surely not the normal function, so we have to come actually with a third condition here. There is a fourth proposal is recently proposed by Mark Artiga and Nir Fresco here, but I have no time to discuss it, sorry, so I'll skip it. And so really our conclusion is quite modest. Yeah, it's not that the problem of that miscomputation cannot be explained, but at least what we try to convince you is that accounting for it is more challenging than we once assumed. That's it.
That was an excellent talk. There's no doubt about it. Now questions. Peter?
Yeah, I fully agree. Great talk. So one thing I was wondering about miscomputation, whether one could, in a way, distinguish between a success sense and a trying sense of computation. Because when I think about human agents computing things, so let's suppose I add numbers together and I'm not very good at it and I make mistakes all of the time. Still, people would say, well, what is he doing? He is adding, but he's adding in the trying sense. That means he sometimes does not succeed in computing the function of addition. And I was just wondering if one could say something like this for these artificial systems, that when they're miscomputing, they're still computing in the trying sense, but not in the success sense.
Yeah, I guess you could, well, it certainly, it does not seem to cover all the cases. So I guess that in some cases you could certainly say this, that yeah, there is a trying or something like this, but yes, and in this case, I actually think it's a good question whether we would consider this as miscomputation at all. What do you think? I mean, if someone tries and yeah, does not succeed, but gradually doing better and better, and at the end computes. Yeah, so yeah, so it's a good point to think about. Yeah.
So maybe just
follow-up
to elucidate the
Okay.
case I was thinking about. I was thinking about, so I do succeed like 90% of the time, but
Okay.
every once in a while I make a mistake. And then people say, well, yeah, he's adding numbers together all the time, but sometimes, yeah, he just fails. And
Right.
even when he fails, he is still adding numbers, although not in the success sense, but only in the trying sense. Yeah.
Right. So there is here, I think, a question about at what point in the failure, right, you would say that there is, yeah, you don't compute addition anymore. But yeah, and as I said, we are not going to discuss this simply because probably we don't know the answer. But we guess that at some point, at least, you would say, okay, this is not. Maybe not in 90%, but 80%. It's not compute. Yeah, you don't compute addition anymore, but something else. Yeah. But in short, we don't really have an answer to this yet. Yes.
More? Yeah, thanks, Ron. I'm wondering whether qualifying the first turn of your dilemma would be a possible way out. And the kind of qualification I have in mind is not just the teleological function to compute a specific function, but a specific function within a certain range. And the kind of analogy I have in mind in relation to biological systems is, for instance, hearts. Hearts do not only have the teleological function to pump blood, but also within a certain rate, which would impose a qualification on the type of function performed by hearts. And so if something like that applies also to brains, then there is a sense in which, if I still compute the specific function f, but in the wrong way, outside a certain range, that would count as an error in computing.
Okay, so then what? So then, what is the way out that you proposed?
The way out would be that brains would still compute, would still have the teleological function to compute f, but within a certain range. If you go outside that range, the system would still compute, but would make an error, a mistake. And the kind of mistake, again, depends on the history, the evolutionary history of the system.
Okay.
And its contribution also to, carry on to the next generation of systems with the same kind of trait.
Okay, but would we, so you think we would say that it computes f even though other than this range it does completely other things? Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but I would then also say, even if this is so let's think about miscomputation, about the case in which within the range, right, the system makes mistakes. So it doesn't compute f even within the range, but it does.
If it doesn't compute f, no computation.
No computation at
If
all.
it does compute f within a certain range, good computation. Outside that range, bad.
Yeah, even if it systematically does something else, not f, even within the range, you would say it doesn't compute f. Okay, I find it a bit strange, but yeah, I mean, why would we say this? I mean, if the system systematically is doing something produces output, follows a rule, but does not produce the outputs of F, but something else, why you don't think that we would say that it computes at all? Yeah,
if there is
I'm not sure.
other people, it's better.
Okay.
Again, the kind of analogy I have in mind is with biological traits. And if you take seriously, the analogy with hearts, livers, and so forth, they still have the function to pump blood, for instance, in the case of hearts.
Right.
But outside a certain range, that would count as still functional, but a bad function for, the kind of teleological range for which, hearts acquire that kind of function.
Right. So I think the main difference between computation and the heart, for instance, is this, that in the case of computation, the teleological function applies to the process itself, not just to the system. So to have just medium-independent process alone, according to the mechanism, is not computation. The medium independence process itself has to have the teleological function. So the process itself is defined by the teleological function. In the case of the heart, I think if you talk about extracting and contracting or pumping or something like this, the process itself is not defined in teleological terms. You can, you can say either, the thing is pumps or extracts or contracts or not. So you can talk about the failure of the heart, but it's not that that contraction and pumping, and when it fails because it doesn't satisfy the physical properties. So this is, I think, the main difference, and this is why I think the problem of miscomputation is not analogous to the case of the heart.
Thanks. Good. More? Saf?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just so that to see if I understand the solution of like the teleological function and you called it normal function.
Yeah, it's proposed solution, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wonder who decides what the normal function is? I mean, doesn't it like open the way to just subjective interpretation of what a miscomputation is? And like, let's say I have a condition of a miscomputation where like it's really extreme case, like, I don't know, I cannot see the lion that is in front of me, or I can see just things that don't exist, then someone would have to say, oh, this is miscomputation, or but then you might lose the like more like, I don't know, essential part of.
Right. So what we try to say here is this. Actually, maybe there are two different functions here, one teleological function and one the normal function, okay? One the teleological function and one the normal function, okay? About the normal function, right, it's what the system should do, okay? And the teleological function is just that, let's say, if we take the mechanistic account, it has to, proceed in some medium-independent manner. What function it doesn't affect the individuation of the system, for instance, that the system computes. So then the question is really the question that you asked. So what does determine the normal function, right? If it's not the teleological function, if these are different. So first, I don't know the answer, right? But I think that in some discussion of miscomputation in the literature, people really think about normal function. I don't know if, we can call it subjective terms, right? It's something in the eyes of the observer, right? The scientist or the designer or something like this. And I think that at some point, really, when at least Gualtiero talks about it, he shifts really when talking about the normal function, really he talks about perspectives. And I can refer you to the paper by Matteo, who thinks that right, in the computational psychiatry, really the normal function is coming from the explaining scientist who tries to explain the psychological, psychiatric disorders.
Last and final question, Matt.
Thanks, Oron. So I was wondering whether we couldn't go the other way around in the two norms solution, if you will. So suppose I say that the computing system has the teleological function to compute f. That is,
Specific
it has
f.
a specific f.
Okay.
Right? But in at least sometimes when Piccinini defines computation, he says, you know, computation is is manipulating medium-independent vehicles according to a rule by a functional mechanism.
Right.
Okay. So then you can say, I have a functional mechanism. It has the function to compute f. Now, every other medium-independent manipulation of medium-independent vehicles counts as computation because it's still manipulation of medium-independent vehicles according to a rule by a functional mechanism. It's just that the system malfunctions in this specific way, that it's processing them, you know, in accordance with a different rule.
Right. So I think you go with this is I mean more or less the proposal that Mark, Artiga, and Nir suggest. I don't believe in it, but I mean it's there. So but yeah. But the idea is this, really, that a system computes, right, if it has the teleological function to compute f. So now we know that once it has this teleological function to compute a specific function, it's a computing system, period. Okay. Now, whether it miscomputes or not depends on whether it's more sophisticated, but whether it does medium-independent processes, right, according to a rule. Yeah, if this is different from f, we would say that there is miscomputation here. Otherwise, we would say that it's computation, right? So this is more or less the...
I'll emphasize more the less than the more, but yes.
I hope I distorted it enough. Okay.
Okay, let's thank Oron.
Okay.
lot, but you'd really prefer me not to. Okay, I can.
No. It's all fine. It's all fine. Just let it stay here.
Okay, and you prefer me to use this?
If you want to move, no, use that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but leave this here.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And dance a little.
Okay, everyone, it's time to resume, so make your way to your seats. Okay, and so our next talk will be by David Barak, who is a research assistant professor at the Lingnan University in Hong Kong and visiting scholar at the University of Pennsylvania. And David will talk about model networks. So.
Thank you for that introduction. As was noted, I'll be talking about model networks today in neuroscience. Before I get started, of course, thank you to the organizers for the conference. It's lovely to be here. Always great to have an opportunity to come to Berlin. My research, generally speaking, appeals to methods from philosophy, psychology, and neuroscience to understand the mind. I have one research program investigating the computational and mechanistic foundations of inquiry. That is not what I'll be focusing on today. And I have a second research program that investigates the conceptual and theoretical foundations of cognition. Before continuing on, I should mention that I'm an American academic who's trying to find a job in Europe. So if anyone knows of any opportunities, please let me know. Today, I'll present some new work investigating a certain kind of explanation in neuroscience that features artificial neural networks. A central tool in all sciences is modeling. Just about anything can be a model in the sciences. This includes scale models like the San Francisco Bay model, physical models like those of the solar system, mathematical models like the Lotka-Volterra model, Hodgkin-Huxley model of the membrane potential in neurons. These should look familiar to many of you. Analogical models, billiard ball model of ideal gases, or model organisms like the fruit fly. So what is the role of models in the sciences? There are many such roles, including that models stand for their targets. In the philosophy of science, the dominant view is that models stand for their targets because they represent and can be used in various ways to learn about their targets in virtue of representing. A typical example is from Frigg and Wynne, who say that a model can instruct us about the nature of its subject matter if it represents the selected part or aspect of the world that we investigate. But models can also be representatives. While the concept of a representative has appeared in a few places in the literature, it has received no analysis. Representatives are members of the class of things for which they stand, as well as standing in similarity relations to their targets. I'll provide an analysis of representatives for the first time in this talk. I maintain that the concept of a representative can shine new light on a range of models in the sciences. For this talk, I'll focus on artificial neural networks. After developing a novel analysis of models as representatives, I shift to a discussion of artificial neural network models. These networks are increasingly important in cognitive neuroscience for understanding how the brain works, as well as for performing all kinds of astounding tasks. I need not remind everyone here of the rapid advance of these networks. Very briefly, a neural network is a system of nodes and connections between them, and the activity of a given node is a function of its input, its baseline activity, its decay or leak term, and noise. Cognitive neurobiologists use artificial neural networks to study biological ones, including recurrent neural networks, as depicted here on the left, and deep neural networks, which have done all kinds of amazing and astounding things there on the right. There's also other kinds of networks as well, some of which we heard a little bit about earlier today. Neuroscientists program networks, train them, and analyze the network to construct models of how they perform tasks. But what justifies using network models in this way? The use of these networks is new, and I will argue that the justification for the use of these networks is that they're representatives, which is going to be an interesting contrast with some people here today. So in this talk, I'll argue for two main claims. Representatives are one way that models can stand for something, and artificial neural networks are representatives, which justifies their role in cognitive neuroscientific inferences. Okay, good. With that preamble in place, here's the plan for today. I begin by analyzing the concept of a representative. Next, I'll present two case studies drawn from cognitive neuroscience that utilize artificial neural networks, perceptual decision-making, and the estimation of temporal intervals. The next section will argue that artificial neural networks, at least in those cases, are representative systems, and then I'll just summarize and conclude. So that's the outline. Let's get started. To begin, generally, representations stand for something. To explain the role of models, a few philosophers of science have dubbed some such models representatives. For example, Morrison and Morgan say that experimental systems are an epistemic resource. We must first understand what we can demonstrate in the model before we can ask questions about real systems. The model functions as a representative rather than a representation of a physical system. And today I'm going to focus on that representative, and then maybe in the Q&A, if you're interested, I can tell you how I think that relates to representation. Similar comments can be found in the literature. However, the concept of a representative has not been analyzed. So what is a representative? A necessary property of being a representative of a kind is that the representative is a member of the kind. A representative cheetah is a relation between some cheetah and the class of cheetahs, and an animal can't be a representative cheetah without being a cheetah. A good example of representatives are model organisms. The venerable fruit fly, an important model organism across the sciences, including neuroscience, is a representative because the fruit fly is a member of the relevant class of systems. For example, fruit flies are oftentimes used to understand courtship behavior because fruit flies are members of the class of systems that engage in courtship. So there's going to be some formalism. I'm going to blur through it and try to translate it into English. To represent kinds in the relevant sense, suppose there's a set of objects, each of which has a set of properties. Not every property of every object needs to be included in these sets. We can take the power set of the set of such sets of properties. Let this be called the kind potential for the set of objects. This kind potential outlines all the ways that the set of objects can be organized or split or divided up into kinds. So this is an extensional notion of kinds. The possible kinds of the set are defined by their properties. In essence, this analyzes kindhood as a co-element relation. Note this formal framework is consistent with both objective and subjective views of kinds. There might be some essence to the sets that are definitive of a kind, consistent with objective approaches. One common one is a homeostatic property cluster approach. But it might be that objects are simply treated as a kind by selecting some K set for pragmatic, subjective, or other reasons. I'm not restricting representativeness, then, to any particular sort of kinds. So kinds could be wildly disjunctive, in which case there might be no representatives. This makes being a member necessary, but not sufficient to be a representative. Representatives must also share properties with other members of the kind. So some of these properties might be necessary to be a triangle in Euclidean space. The sum of the interior angles has to be 180 degrees. And so too must any representative of that class. But in others, the properties might not be necessary. So a representative cheetah is going to be fast. Cheetahs are fast, but not every cheetah is a fast cheetah. There are slow cheetahs, weak cheetahs, sleeping cheetahs, and so on. So I formalize this as follows. I conceptualize each property as a determinable that can have many determinates. To say that two objects in the kind have a shared property is to say that there's some range of determinates of the same determinable that are treated as equivalent. And I define this in terms of alpha and beta parameters, which are going to be subject to definition determined by the research program that the scientist is engaged in. While necessary, being a member of the kind and sharing properties is not yet jointly sufficient. The problem is that there can be gappy kinds, where members of the kind share properties, but only to a limited degree. So they're not sufficiently similar to each other for the members to be representatives of the kind, and ultimately to play the role in inference that I'll be discussing later. So the third property is the representative and other members of the kind must be similar to each other. For those properties, the similarity will be transitive. If some representative is like member A and member A is like member B, then the representative will also be like member B. Representativeness implies a symmetric and transitive similarity between members of the class and the representative. So to be similar, the difference between the determinals is below some similarity threshold theta, also going to be determined partly by the research that the scientist is engaged in. Note that this measure is not induced by the previous two assumptions because they are insufficient to guarantee that enough members of the kind share enough properties for there to be a representative. For example, they might be similar only in one dimension to each member of the kind, with each dimension orthogonal. So these constraints together ensure symmetry and transitivity. And finally, I'm not necessarily imputing some further property of being similar to the other members of the kind in some degree and respect. I've gave this talk recently and I was kind of nailed to the wall for this point, so I added this. A pleonastic reading is okay, and that just means that when I'm saying they're similar to one another, there's not a further property of being similar to. It could be built into the shared property relation outlined a moment ago. So an objection I want to address to my analysis is that someone can use an arbitrary member of a kind as a representative. Because any member can be a representative, at a minimum, a use condition should be required, and perhaps may even be sufficient. So I have three replies. First, the formalism can handle some context dependency. The alpha beta bounds on the amount of variability in the determinants to be a determinant of the same determinable, as well as the theta threshold on similarity, can both be set arbitrarily to capture the role of a member of a kind that's being used as a representative. So there's quite wide scope in the formal tools underlying my analysis of representativeness. But second, we can distinguish some member of a kind that is used as a representative from the member's status as a representative. The two can come apart. Some members of the kind are not related in the various ways I just outlined, such that they are in fact representatives, even though they may be used as ones. Generally, just because something is used as a representative does not imply it is in fact one, and of course, a representative might never be used as such. Finally, I think there's some reason to push back against the use condition altogether. A scientist can make mistakes. Some sample of a substance, for example, that's used as a representative for a kind might then be used to make an inductive inference, which fails. And similarly, there are cases of inductive success. So scientists, even when they use a particular system or instance as a representative, doesn't guarantee the failure or success. There's additional facts that need to be adduced in order to justify that. So a radical use condition that simply identifies being used as a representative is not sufficient to explain these successes and failures. Okay, so in sum, representativeness is a membership relation between some token and a class, requires the token to have some properties in common with other members of the class, and has to stand in this similarity relation that's symmetric and transitive. Representativeness then is essentially a kind of similarity relation where some token of a kind is sufficiently similar to other members of the kind to stand for the kind, and then can provide justification for certain inferences about the kind. Having established the nature of representativeness and representatives, it's time to put the analysis to work. I will now discuss two case studies from cognitive neurobiology that utilize artificial neural networks. The first is about perceptual decision making, and the second about estimating times. The concept of a representative will be important for understanding the role of artificial neural networks in these cases. And I anticipate this to be highly contentious. Okay. There are three key takeaways from these case studies. First, artificial neural networks are used to help construct other models, you might hear me call them processing models, of how networks perform tasks. Second, artificial neural networks are also surprisingly the targets for the applications of those processing models. And of course, brains can also be the sources and targets of these models. And finally, models are applied across networks in virtue of similar behaviors and dynamics. Now, finally, I do want to note there's many kinds of neural networks and many different uses for artificial neural networks, and not everything I say will apply to every one of them. My point is that we have some neural networks that we use to learn about what brains are doing and how they are doing it, especially in cognitive neurobiology, so the study of cognition from the lens of individual neuron activities or populations of neurons. The first case study is about the role of neurons in the prefrontal cortex during decision-making. Monte and colleagues had monkeys make decisions about the direction of motion or the color of a field of moving dots. The task sequences here on the screen. I've also had this is what the motion stimulus looks like. Of course, this is a very clear instance of motion moving to the right. In the actual task, some fraction of the dots were red and some fraction were green. Also, on some trials, the motion was strong. It was very evident, like in with that sample. On others, it was weak. And similarly, for color trials, sometimes lots of the dots were red, sometimes few of the dots were red. Monkeys are adept at this task. Here you see the monkey's choice behavior for trials where the monkey judges direction of motion. On the x-axis is, can I walk? Is it okay to walk around? Yeah? Okay, good. On the excellent. On the x-axis is motion coherence. It's just how many of the dots are moving coherently to the right or left. On the y-axis is the percentage of choices of the animal to the right. And you can see as the fraction of dots moving to the right increases, so too do the monkey's choices. It's univocal when there's very strong motion evidence, and it's relatively equivocal when there's a relatively equivocal evidence. A similar lesson holds for the color trials. As the proportion of green dots increases, that's moving to the right along the x-axis, the choices towards the green target also move to the right, and then you have similar equivocal choices for equivocal evidence. Monte and colleagues recorded from neurons in the prefrontal cortex while monkeys perform the moving dots task. I can tell you more about where in the brain if you're curious later. What neuroscientists do is they analyze the activity of all the neurons in the population, and then they describe this activity in terms of trajectories that represent collective features of the neural activity which change over time in structured ways. So depicted on the screen here are the results of their analysis of that neural activity during this perceptual decision task. Each of these traces are the trajectories for the neural activity, depictions of how the neural population activity changes over time. The key takeaway here is that there are different trajectories for each task condition. So at dots on is when the neural activity starts. It evolves over time until dots off. What you can see here, for example, this is for motion to the left. The open circles are for motion to the right. And the sort of boldness of the color depends on how strong the evidence was. So more bold was stronger evidence. And what you can see is that for the stronger evidence, there was greater excursion of the trajectory along this vertical motion axis, but there was also motion along this horizontal choice axis. Okay, good, and you see similar conclusions actually for the dots moving to the right as well. Here you see a similar plot, but for the color trials, and the lesson is the same. For stronger color evidence, when more dots had the same color, the trajectories travel further along the vertical axis. This was a distinct axis from the motion axis, so this is the color axis. So stronger color evidence for to the right, to the left, I was arbitrary, I think it was red, I'm not sure. But you can see that the stronger the color evidence, the more that neural activity trace goes further along the color dimension in comparison to the weaker colors here and here. To understand the role of these trajectories, Monte and colleagues programmed an artificial neural network and trained it to solve a version of the moving dots task. So they did not tell the network what to do. The artificial neural network, they just trained it, and then based on feedback from the performance. And the network, perhaps unsurprisingly, was adept at the task, showing choice behavior that was very similar to the monkeys. So this is the monkey's behavior I showed a moment ago, and down here is the network's behavior, and you can see the same sort of sigmoidal choice function. The stronger the evidence is, the more the network chose the corresponding target, whether that was motion evidence or color evidence. They next confirmed that the network showed the trajectories observed in the neural data. That's what you see here on the right. The top row is the neural data I showed a moment ago, and the bottom row is the artificial neural network data. So just like the brain, the network activity follows different trajectories that correlate with the strength of evidence for motion here on the left or color on the right. One thing you'll note as well is that there is a more rectilinear trajectory in the artificial neural network in comparison to the biological one, but nonetheless, you see the same sort of orderly progression from the strongest evidence to the weakest, moving further along that vertical axis, while also the trajectories move along the choice, what they labeled the choice axis. Okay, good. They then analyzed the network's activity to understand what could give rise to these different trajectories as well as to the behavior. This analysis was used to construct a model, a processing model, for how the network performs the task. And that's what you see here on the screen. It was called the line attractor model. Neural activity starts here on this red line, and then there's sort of a pulse of motion was fed into the network in the motion context. And what happens is the network relaxes back to that line attractor in activity space, but further along it. Whereas in the motion context, if the network was fed a pulse of color information, you see relaxation back close to its starting point. So the network is able to move along that horizontal axis when it gets relevant information in a particular context, but doesn't move along that axis when it gets irrelevant information. And lo and behold, when you give it a color pulse, you see the opposite. In the color context, a motion pulse, a piece of motion information, results in almost no movement whatsoever along that horizontal axis, whereas the color pulse resulted in quite a bit of motion along that horizontal axis. That's the choice axis. So this yields a novel solution for integrating the different types of evidence, explaining the observed trajectories, because a stronger pulse of motion or color pushes the system's location further away from the line attractor. This novel solution for evidence integration was taken to explain the behavior and observed trajectories in both the artificial neural network and the brain. Okay, good. So what we have here is they record from the brain, they see this behavior, they see these trajectories, they program the recurrent neural network, they train the neural network, they then make sure the neural network shows the same behavior and trajectories, and then they develop a processing model to explain that neural network behavior, and then they transferred it, they applied it to the brain. Source is the RNN, target was the brain. Consider next the investigation of the estimation of times from Sohn and colleagues. In the ready, set, go task depicted on the screen, monkeys waited through an interval of time and then delayed their response until they estimated an equivalent amount of time had passed. So monkeys here, there is a ready cue that comes on the screen. They just sort of are sitting there. That ready cue turns into flashes again. That's the set cue. The time from ready to set is called the estimation epoch. And then they have to wait what they estimate to be the same amount of time, and then they make a movement. And the time from set to what they label that go, that movement, was called the production epoch. Yes, good. Monkeys were adept at the task. Sample behavior is displayed here on the screen. So on the x-axis, that's the actual amount of time that the monkey experienced. On the y-axis is the amount of time that they recreated or produced. And what you can see is there's like a pretty strong linear relationship. There were two different distributions of times, short in red, long in blue. It's pretty linear. That means the monkeys are pretty good, but I want to note an important point, which is that there's this deviation that caused this kind of sigmoidal shape for each distribution. For the shortest time distributions, the shortest time in the short distribution were overestimated, closer to that mean, and the longest times in that short distribution were underestimated. They were also closer to that mean. That creates that typical S or sigmoid shape. You see that sigmoid shape also for the long time distribution as well, where the shortest times are reliably overestimated, the longest times are reliably underestimated. Neurons in the prefrontal cortex were recorded during this task, and their activities displayed here, revealing different trajectories, again, in activity space during the estimation epoch when times were being experienced. On trials where the times were short, that's in orange-red, you had a smaller curvature, in other words, bigger circles. So the activity starts around this ready point and then traces out, this trajectory traces out along this manifold, tend to end around this point for the 480 millisecond times and around this point for the 800 millisecond times in this orderly way. There was a greater curvature for the long times, which is in blue here, and we can see is that another shorter radius, and what you can see here is that for the 800 millisecond times, activity tend to end around there, and then for the 1200 millisecond times, they tend to end around there. Just note that there was one time that was in both the short and long time conditions, the 800 millisecond. Because, I forgot to mention this, the short or long time distribution was queued for the animal at the start of each trial. So they knew which distribution the time was going to be drawn from, and you can see there's quite a big difference in the neural trajectories, even though it was for the same time. During the production epoch, when the times were reproduced, neural trajectories were distinct for each time, as you can see here on the right. So this is the set time, that's after the estimation epoch had finished, and then the monkeys had to wait an amount of time that they estimated to match what they just sat through. And then the goes when they finally made their movement. Now, there's two things I'd like to note about this. First of all, you can see there's an orderly progression from the longest times in the lightest blue all the way through to the shortest times here in the darkest red. And also, the speed with which this neural activity trace went through this activity space was different. It was greatest for the shortest times because they had to produce the response sooner. That's indicated by the length of these arrows. Whereas for the longest times, that neural trajectory speed was the shortest, and you can see the shorter arrows for the darkest blue. Setting that speed through the activity space was explained by a vector projection model. That was the processing model. The endpoint of the neural trajectory during the estimation epoch was projected onto an encoding axis in activity space determined by the curved trajectories. This model explained the differences in the neural speed and the observed behavior in recreating the intervals. I can talk more about this if people are interested in the Q&A or even over coffee. So much as with the moving dots case, Son and colleagues programmed an artificial neural network, trained it to solve the task, and then analyze the network's activity. Here you see the brain behavior, the behavior from the monkeys here. This is the artificial neural network behavior. It looks pretty similar. You see this, the network's pretty good at recreating the intervals, and it shows this characteristic sigmoid shape that indicates a bias in the responses. They also discovered the similar trajectories. So on the top again, this is from the brain recordings. Now, this is from the neural network. You can see that there's two different manifolds, one for the longer time condition in blue, one for the shorter time condition in red. And then during that production epoch, when the network had to recreate the times, you can see there's an orderly progression. It's almost like you take a piece of paper and you fold it over in the space. It's called a two space. It's a plane, basically, in this three-dimensional space. And again, you see, there were, again, different activity velocities or speeds during the production epoch. And the vector projection model, here you can actually see that projection axis drawn on the screen. So they developed the model on the basis of the brain, and then they transferred the model or applied the model to the neural network, unlike in the Monte et al. Case. Okay, so here again are the three takeaways. First, artificial neural networks are used to help construct models. Second, they are also the targets of models. Notably, in the time estimation case, the model was constructed on the basis of brain activity and transferred to the artificial neural network, not the other way around like it was for the perceptual decision case. Third, models are applied across networks in virtue of similar behaviors and dynamics. It is these similarities in both behavior and dynamics that justify applying the models across the types of network. This diagram illustrates the structure of the use of these artificial neural network models. So sometimes the network is used to construct a processing model and then applied to the brain. That was the perceptual decision case. But sometimes the brain is used to construct a model and then applied to the recurrent neural network, and that was the case in the time estimation case. This pattern of using artificial neural networks to explain neural activity has become widespread and central for understanding how the brain gives rise to cognition, including reaching, working memory, categorization. It's almost every paper, it seems like, it turns up this kind of process. Okay, so for the remainder of the talk, I'll address why using neural networks as sources of models, as in the moving dots case, and as targets for models, as in the time estimation case, is justified. The reason is that artificial neural networks are representatives of a class of system. Okay. So this is like a scorecard. These are the three properties, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show that each one of these properties is had by these networks. First, the two case studies above show how neural networks have a range of properties that characterize the class of networks. The way we characterize this class of networks depends on the target of our inquiry. In the cases I've outlined, the class includes networks composed of many comparatively simple units with connections of varying strength between them. Specifically, the type of network is called a recurrent neural network. It's one where the output from nodes is fed back into the other nodes as input and that are typically not separated into layers. The simulated network can also perform the task, making decisions in the perceptual decision case, estimating times in the time estimation case, and finally, the network's performance is explained by the population dynamics, which inform a processing model. Okay, so they have properties in common that characterize the class. Well, they might have the properties that characterize the class. This does not imply that they're sufficiently similar to other members of the class to be representatives. For that, they have to stand in the right symmetric and transitive similarity relations, and the question is, do they? And the answer is that they do. They do stand in those similarity relations, and this is illustrated by both behavior and dynamics of the two case studies. The network's behavior was similar to the primate participants. Remember the sigmoidal shape and the linear responses, right? And the dynamics of the network were similar to those of the brain. So you can remember, for example, how the brains showed those characteristic trajectories in both case studies. In addition, scientists trained many different artificial neural networks on the same task, using different initial seeds for the weights, different numbers of neurons, different activation functions to make sure that it's not sort of hand-picking a network. And these networks all show similar behaviors and dynamics. Finally, artificial neural networks stand in symmetric transitive similarity relations to brains and other networks. The similarity of the artificial neural network to the brain is mirrored by the similarity of the brain to the network. That direction was important for the time estimation case. And the similarity in the behavior and dynamics is also transitive if the behavior of one network is similar to the behavior of another, such as both showing a bias in the time estimates, and the second is similar to the monkey's estimates, then the first will also be similar to the monkey's estimates. So we can say that they have that similarity property. Okay, so here's the crucial question. Are these networks, do they belong in the same class as brains? And I will argue on selective grounds that they do. So to start, artificial neural networks seem like model organisms, affording more access and opportunities for intervention. So this is a quote from Ann Kenny and Leonelli about model organisms, and I've, in red in brackets, changed it in certain ways. And so the black is their quote, and you don't have to change their quote very much to arrive at something that applies to artificial neural networks. Model organisms are simultaneously samples of nature and artifacts, systems that have been engineered and modified to enable the controlled investigation of specific phenomena, but at the same time, they remain largely mysterious products of millennia of evolution, or in the case of networks, thousands of cycles of updating weights between nodes, whose behaviors, structures, and physiology, or networkology, for lack of a better word, in the case of artificial neural networks, are for the most part still relatively ill understood by scientists. Consider this analysis of animal models from Levy and Curry. They contrast theoretical models with model organisms and describe their view that model organisms serve as samples from or specimens of a wider class, where inferences from work on model organisms are empirical extrapolations whereby biologists treat the organisms as a representative specimen of a broader class. The reason that model organisms serve as representatives is because they are the result of an evolutionary process that is hypothetically shared with target systems. The conclusions about model organisms are then extended to those systems. Granted that artificial neural networks are akin to model organisms, we can appeal to similar selective justification for the membership of artificial neural networks in the same class as brains. Consider how these networks are trained. In some cases, the training literally uses an evolutionary algorithm, selecting successful architectures and combining them to yield new ones. But more commonly, in other cases, more standard backpropagation or other algorithms are used to train the network. The figure on the left depicts this process here for artificial, I should just say the figure on the screen, depicts this process for artificial neural networks. The updates move the system in the direction of better performance as determined by an objective function. So the system starts here, and then the objective function is to sort of maximize performance all the way at the top here, and as the system is updated, it gets closer and closer to being optimized for the task. Artificial neural networks go through thousands of cycles of training to tune their weights in this fashion, which is akin to an evolutionary or learning process. In other words, there's selection for changes in the network over many cycles to be able to solve the task. This is analogous to the selective processes that give rise to brains. either over evolutionary time or more likely for many of the tasks that brains actually perform over the course of learning. How am I doing on time?
You are now 3 minutes over.
Okay.
So,
So hurry up. Okay, I have an objection. ANNs are simulations. I won't go through it. I can go through it in Q&A if people are curious. The conclusion is that artificial neural networks are members of the class of system that can perform tasks as a result of a selective process that shapes the system structure. So we can see that artificial neural networks have the three properties that characterize representatives, so I conclude that they are. Now the question is, what is the structure of these inferences then that use these networks? And I think the inference structure actually matches the straight rule. So you have some system, it's in this case an artificial neural network. In other cases, it could just be the brain itself, like in the time estimation case. You're taking that system as representative of the kind. System S has that property, so you conclude that all members of the kind have that property. Then you take that conclusion as the first premise. All members of the kind have that property. Find some new system that's a member of that kind, and then you extend the property to the new member of the kind. This is, of course, is very schematic, very high level. There'd be a lot more details that need to be filled in about which particular property and so forth. And keep in mind, too, that the formalism I very, very quickly went through has a lot of, it's parameterized in certain ways to allow for a certain amount of variability and generalization. Okay, good. I conclude that artificial neural networks are representatives, and they play that role, fairly typical role, in the straight application of the straight rule for inferences in cognitive neuroscience. So just by way of conclusion, I've claimed that models can be representatives generally, gave an analysis of that. Models are transferred or applied, transfer is not really a great term, from artificial neural networks to brains, and surprisingly from brains to artificial neural networks. It's a crucial shift in the way that these systems are being used, and therefore that artificial neural networks are representatives. Okay, so here are the two main claims. Representativeness is a distinct way that models can stand for something, and artificial neural networks are representatives, which justifies the role in cognitive neuroscientific inferences. Thank you so much for having me here today. That was a whirlwind.
okay.
Right. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so thanks, David. And now questions. And first I see Jonathan.
That was a really great talk. So I was wondering whether you think there is a relation between your analysis of representatives and prototypes from the psychology of concepts. So actually, I think it was Bechtel and Richardson that appealed to prototypes to explain token mechanisms and how we can really understand the relation to like more abstract mechanisms. And I was wondering, because it seems like if there is like a strong similarity between representative and prototypes, it seems like our prototypes are basically the biological systems and not like the artificial ones. And it's perhaps because of a bias, perhaps because of like more substantial reasons. So I wonder whether you have like any thoughts on that.
Yeah. So I pulled up, this is very similar to the objection you were leveling about, exemplars or prototypes, what's that relationship? So I think exemplars are and prototypes would be representatives as well, but not all representatives are exemplars or prototypes. That's basically, it's the broader class. Exemplars I analyze as good representatives. Prototypes, I don't even know if they're good representatives. They're just like samples drawn from a class. Also, prototypes, if I recall correctly, don't need to actually be prototypes, prototypes I think don't need to be the member, right? They could be like the center of a centroid or something, if I remember correctly. Whereas a representative is actually a member of the class. It's an actual thing. Right, so exemplars qua representatives don't require the properties of representations. That's a bigger point that I don't want to get into. But does that answer your question? Yeah.
So what do you think about like what do you think about like the second point about, okay, perhaps biological systems are representative qua exemplars or qua prototypes. So this is like why we kind of prioritize them as the relevant members of the class when we...
Yeah, it's really interesting. I haven't dived deeper than this in making the connection to classification and concepts and the way that humans might actually cognize these kinds of systems. It seems like it's not a bad maybe it actually provides a third model for thinking about categorization and concepts. I just haven't even made that connection. And in fact, now that you mention, I'm going to want to pick your brain later about that possibility. Yeah, right. Sorry, very important when I'm talking to.
Okay, next is Oron. Oron, yeah.
Yeah, since Jonathan took my exemplar's question, I will ask the first. It seems that you take something to be a representative if, I mean, for scientific discovery, if, like the examples you gave at the beginning, if it's almost obvious, okay, that it's part of the group or something like this. And here with ANNs, it's not trivial at all. I mean, the whole thing is that it's a big question whether, there is, whether it is really part of a group. So why, so if this is the case, why, pushing this theory of representatives? You can say everything you said, that you have this model from that you construct a model from the brain to the ANN, and the other way around in the other example, and which is very nice, right? But why, saying that it is very unintuitive that it is representative? Even now, when I look at it, I mean, there are so probably Masvita maybe want to say something similar, but. Yeah. I mean, it's not obvious that ANNs and then biological neural networks are really of the same kind.
And, at some point, I mentioned, I won't flip the slide, that this is not a universal. This is not meant to apply to the use. This is not meant to apply to the use of artificial neural networks in every case in neurobiology. I think it's only in certain cases. This particular use. And this account of representatives was developed by my analysis of some cases in cognitive neurobiology in particular, where there was recurrent neural networks are being used in this particular fashion. Now, what's unusual about this case are two things. First, recurrent neural networks are very hard to train. And the force method, which was invented by David Susillo and Abbott, like 2007 or something, was really one of the first algorithms that we could use that didn't require hand tuning of the weights. And then there's full force that came out, and now there's all kinds of training methods. That's 2007. That's relatively recent, actually, for the use of artificial neural networks in comparison to brains. And there's a shift from 2013, the perceptual decision case I mentioned. David Susillo was a co-author on the perceptual decision case. In 2019, which was the time estimation case, no longer is the representation language being used. These networks are being used differently. In the methods, they're being described differently. And in particular, you see this shift in the direction of the development and application of the model. The brain is being used to craft a model that's then being used to understand how the recurrent neural network is able to solve the task. So I think my conclusions are meant to be constrained to this particular use case, and they're meant to reflect the development of this method over really the past 10 years or so. And now it turns up all over, especially in cognitive neurobiology, the study of cognition through the recording of single and many neurons, but also in fMRI, it's beginning to turn up. And it's because these networks are doing pretty incredible things, and we're seeing these similarities that neuroscientists feel justified in drawing these inferences in the way that I've outlined. And there are other, of course, grounds for inferences. You might think it's an analogical inference. You might think it's some other kind of inference. I think there are good reasons for rejecting those grounds, too. I'm happy to talk about rejecting those grounds. So it's certainly not meant for every. Does that answer your question? Okay. Partly, we'll talk more, yeah.
And finally, Masvita.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, David. I actually found it hard to disagree with you in many ways, because I think what you're describing with this representativeness thing is not actually that peculiar to ANNs and neuroscience. So couldn't we say everything that you're saying about representativeness, if you're using ANNs to model the physiology of the heart, you would get replication of dynamics. It wouldn't even have to be a system in biology. You would be able to find like really impressive similarities between the dynamics of the model and what's there sort of recorded in the concrete system. Because if you think about what these models are, they're really massively parameterized. They're like the modeling equivalent of plasticine. You can shape anything to kind of recreate a similarity between what's there in the concrete system and the model itself. So what actually makes the use in cognitive neurobiology stand out?
Distinct. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be one important point, which is that it is not just that there are similar properties, it's that they can perform these tasks. So that's a relatively strong claim that you might want to push back. You might think that these artificial neural networks are not actually performing these tasks. Now, certainly they don't have eye movements, they're not there's no manipulanda or anything like that.
Right.
So there's a certain character, so this is the second part of my response, which is that there's a way of characterizing the class, and you're targeting sort of the general capacity of these kinds of systems, not necessarily how can I move an arm, but how can I select between options where you kind of are ignoring the manipulanda that are being utilized in order to make that kind of decision. So this is important, right? So recurrent neural networks that are used to, for example, explain eye movements specifically, they start to look a lot more like representations than representatives, because they start to build in much more of the biophysiological details. And artificial neural networks are definitely sometimes used in that fashion. That would be a distinct use, like I was pointing out earlier, than what I'm pointing to here. So I really think there are different use cases for these networks, some of which will be representatives, some of which will not.
Yeah, I mean, if your answer there is they are performing the task, that's an interpretation of what the model's doing. You can just step back and saying, it's giving you outputs that are like lining up nicely with my original data set. Saying it's performing the task is like when you interact with ChatGPT and you say it's speaking, but actually what it's doing in a neutral description is just generating numerical outputs from its system that then get projected onto the screen as letters, and we interpret
I don't see that as being
language.
distinct from what humans are doing. All humans are doing are projecting, are having light rays that are projecting off their surfaces and entering my eyeballs, or they're being recorded behaviorally. So I actually don't think there's any distinction there. So this is where we're going to end up disagreeing. I do think these networks are performing these tasks. It's a strong claim.
Yeah, that is a strong claim.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk later.
Okay, so that will be it for the Q&A. Let's thank David again.
Thank you.
Okay. And may I remind you guys, if you haven't signed the participants list, sign. It's important.
There's another break. It wasn't right, sorry.
who you can see here. She is professor of psychology and data science at NYU. And she works on artificial neural networks, models of neural processes, with a special focus on the effects of attention on sensory processes. And she has published many widely cited papers on these topics. And she has also written a popular science book, Models of the Mind, which is really wonderful. So one of the best popular science books I've ever read, I think. So highly recommended. And we're very happy, Grace, to have you here as our speaker. And now the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks for having me. Just technical detail, there's an echo, so I am muting my own computer. So if you're trying to get my attention, maybe do it in the chat. Yeah, so thank you for having me, and also thank you for accommodating the virtual presentation. So yeah, I'm going to talk today about this idea that has been floating around for me for a while on the concept of neural systems understanding and kind of thinking about how we study neural systems and whether we're doing a good job at that. And so oh, let me try. There's still an echo on my computer, sorry. So yeah, sorry, just put things in the chat if you need to get my attention, because yeah, sorry, I can't seem to get that echo to go away. Yeah, so these are some ideas that I've been thinking about for the past few years, and it's kind of a research agenda that I hope to work on now that I'm a professor at NYU. So the outline for this talk is that I'm going to walk through kind of an example study from neuroscience that I think really demonstrates some of the concepts that will be important for understanding what I'm proposing. And then I want to ask the question, what do we want from neural analysis tools? What are we trying to get out when we study neural data? And how can we tell if we're getting what we want from those tools? And I'm going to make a connection to the field of interpretable AI, which is also studying neural systems. And then I'm going to kind of lay out this concept of neural systems understanding as its own field, and what I would hope could come from something like that. So the example study that I want to think about is this paper from Neuron called Neurodynamics of Reaching Following Incorrect or Absent Motor Preparation. There's no special reason for picking this paper. I just think that it's representative of kind of a general approach that I want to think about and reflect on. So this is a paper that studies motor preparation and motor control. It looks at motor cortex, and it's trying to understand how do animals prepare and execute motor commands. So this paper studies this preparatory neural activity. How does the cortex prepare to execute a movement by doing a few things? So they record from motor cortex. They record neural activity from the motor cortices. This is in a macaque. And then they have this experimental task where the animal is making reaches to target locations that are indicated to it on a screen. And some of those reaches have a delay before they're actually supposed to execute it, and some don't. And so the task structure here looks like this, where there's a fixation time period, and then the target comes on. So this is telling the animal where it's going to need to reach. And so it's this kind of center out reaching movement that you can see in the bottom right. And then after a delay period, which could be 0 milliseconds, meaning there's no delay, the actual go cue comes on, which means the animal is supposed to actually make the movement. So on some trials, there's a separation in time between when it's told where to go and when to actually move. And sometimes it's told where to go and it needs to start moving immediately. Also on some trials, there's a target switch. So it could be told where it needs to go, then there's a wait, and then instead of the actual go cue, a different target location is indicated and the animal has to switch to that one. And again, there could be another delay after that, or the delay could be 0 milliseconds, meaning that there's no delay. And so they're asking kind of what's happening during these delay periods, what happens if you don't have a delay period, and what happens if the target location switches. And so they do the things that people tend to do in neuroscience. One is that they plot firing rates as a function of time aligned to certain important points in this task structure. So when the target is on, if there's a switch, what does that look like? And then they do something that's quite common now currently in systems neuroscience, which is that they plot the activity of the neural population in this lower dimensional space. So they take the activity of all of the neurons that they recorded from, they do dimensionality reduction on it, and they plot these trajectories of how the neural activity evolves at the population level over time, again, aligned to kind of certain important points in the trial structure. So that's what you're seeing here. This is a case where they're showing trials where there was a switch in red and where there wasn't a switch. So in red, you can see that they're told where to go, they get prepared to make that movement, then they're actually told a different place they need to go, and then they go to that second preparatory state, and then they're actually able to execute the movement, versus in gray, they're just told to go to the first preparatory state, and then they execute the movement. And then they look at the condition where there's no delay after the switch. And so that means that in gray, they're just told to go somewhere and they go. In red, they're told to go somewhere and then they're immediately told to go somewhere else. And so what they're showing here, what they claim in the paper, is that looking at these trajectories, we can see that there's kind of a difference where if you have a delay period after you're told that you need to switch your target location, then there's this, what they call the preparatory state. There's this location in neural activity space where the neural activity hangs out until you actually make that movement. If you're not given that delay period after the switch, you don't have to go to that preparatory state. You can just skip it completely and go on to make the movement. So what they're saying here is that if the target switches and there's no delay, then the system just skips this preparatory state. And this was relevant because it spoke to kind of existing theories and models about the role of this kind of preparatory activity and the nature of motor cortex. So they're saying this paper offers an enhancement and expansion of these models of motor cortical dynamics, and they're relating it to kind of other conceptual models of motor cortical dynamics. So they're saying like maybe people thought that you needed to go to this preparatory state, that was like an initial condition in a dynamical system and you had to reach that state before you make a movement. But they're saying that we offer kind of an alternative model. We offer this new conceptual model of motor cortical activity that explicitly takes into account the fact that there can be different dynamics, right? That there can be this kind of these two dynamical systems, that there's a preparatory system, but also a movement generation system. And, these things can be separate and you don't always have to go to the preparatory state. So they're kind of, again, this is an example study that's meant to speak to kind of broader trends in the field. So they're using this population level of analysis of looking at the neural trajectory over time to come to these conclusions kind of about the algorithm that's being implemented or the mechanism by which the motor cortex controls movement. What are they're turning it into this simplified conceptual model, and you have these little kind of diagrams that explain what their thinking is around this. Another thing that is said in this paper, so they talk about the fact that when the go cue and the target switch are given simultaneously, the target information appears to reach motor cortex earlier. And then they speculate on how this could be. And so they say, we can't tell whether the transmission of the go cue is automatic, whether it's always transmitted to motor cortex at a particular latency, or whether whatever system is sending that go cue could be monitoring the state of motor cortex and decide when to send it based on that. So they're basically saying like, well, this is a part of our data that we don't really understand, and maybe it's because there's some other part of the brain that is kind of responsible for these dynamics. So they're saying we've refined our simple model of what's happening in motor cortex, but there's some things that might be due to influences outside of motor cortex, and we don't have that data. And so we can't speak directly to that, but here's our hypothesis for what might be going on in terms of what the inputs to the motor cortex are in this case. So basically, that's just an intro to kind of get us all on the same page of the style of approaches that I see very commonly in systems neuroscience of recording neural activity during some task, analyzing those observations, coming to some compressed, simplified model of what we think is happening, but acknowledging that it's embedded in a more complex system and that we can't understand all of that, right? And so the question that I want to be thinking about and exploring is, are these tools of systems neuroscience, these kind of population level analyses or whatever we're doing with the neural data that we collect, are they helping us understand the brain? Are they actually giving us productive models of how the brain works? And relatedly, how can we know if they're doing that? So in order to tackle that, I think the first thing that we have to think about is what do we want to understand about the brain? What kind of understanding do we seek when we're applying these analysis methods to neural data? And so I think, and this is some combination of my own personal preference, but also kind of as I survey specifically the systems neuroscience literature, I would say that many neuroscientists are aiming for something like an algorithmic level of understanding in the framework of Mars levels. So Mars levels is about defining kind of how you can study a neural system at different levels, the first being the computational level. So what is the purpose of the system? In motor cortex, we believe the purpose is to generate the signals required for control of muscles and movement. And then what are the algorithms? So what are the rules that are followed by that system? What are the steps that it takes to solve its problem? And then the implementation, meaning what actual neurons are doing it and how are they connected to achieve that, to implement that algorithm. And so I think that either explicitly or implicitly, a lot of neuroscientists do kind of think about things in terms of Mars levels, and specifically systems neuroscientists are trying to get at the algorithmic level. They're kind of using things that exist on the more implementation level. They're pulling, neural activity data, and they're trying to be able to come up with that simplified description of what the system is doing based on those observations that they make. And so really the algorithmic level, I think, is about producing a simplified story that offers some predictive ability. You have some ability to say, well, if I change this about the system, or if I change the inputs in this way, the output would be different in that way, right? There's some predictive ability, but it's definitely lossy. It's definitely supposed to be a compact description that loses some of the details, right? And it's supposed to be compact in part because that means that we feel like we can understand it and work with it. So that's why you see a lot of these papers putting forth these kind of conceptual models. How should we think about motor cortex that aren't necessarily trying to make super accurate predictions, but trying to give us some compressed sense of what's going on. But these models need to be productive. They need to be able to actually, allow us to think through counterfactuals, and, they should be accurate. When we think through those counterfactuals, we should be able to do a test and show that our understanding is correct. So for that reason, I'm kind of proposing, for the purposes of this research agenda, to actually operationalize this idea a little bit more. And it's something that I'm calling experimentally validated understanding, but it doesn't really matter what it's called. The idea is just that we kind of formalize this process that's playing out throughout science of you have some complex system like a brain, you do some neural analysis on it, then you get in your mind some simplified, or sometimes actually explicitly written down, simplified story of what's happening in that system. So it's a complex thing that you take observations from, but that leads you to believe some simplified story about how the system works. And then the kind of way in which we validate that understanding is that it should lead to, a hypothesis, a prediction about, if I change this, then that will change. And then you actually have to perform that perturbation and then see if your prediction is right. And so basically, the point here is not actually about understanding these systems per se. It's about doing this process so that we can then observe which analysis methods were most successful in leading to an understanding of the system that allowed us to control the system, right? And so this is saying that we demonstrate understanding by demonstrating control. If we have some simplified model of how the system works that allows us to think through a counterfactual, actually perform the perturbation that puts us into that counterfactual world, and then see that what we predicted actually comes true, right? That's the idea. So this is being kind of schematized here as, let's say you think you understand the model, and so therefore you change something about the connection between neurons, and that changes the output of the model or the brain in this case. So that's kind of the way to make our goal more concrete and measurable, I would say. Now, we can obviously ask, does control actually demonstrate understanding? People debate about that all the time. I would say in response to that, that identifying the mechanisms by which neural activity gives rise to behavior is kind of core to neuroscience, meaning that if we understood that, we would be able to change behavior, right? Like that's, that's considered kind of a gold standard in neuroscience is, can you perturb things, or can you have some understanding of the system that allows you to change something about behavior? And especially within the context of neuroengineering applications and kind of biological engineering, this is more explicitly a goal to have some sort of control over the system. Also, I would say that this is what the idea of controlling the output of the system is what connects the algorithmic level to the computational level in Mars levels. So we're saying these are the steps that the system takes in order to implement its computational goal. Therefore, if we mess around with those steps, we should be changing the kind of input-output function of the system. And so that does suggest that we're getting at an algorithmic understanding if we can do that kind of thing. And then I would also say, so there's this, idea of like, well, you could train a model to be able to predict, how to perturb a system to get it to do something, but there wouldn't be any actual understanding because it would just be like this big statistical model that learns input-output relationships, but there's no actual understanding. And I'm saying in this framework, part of the kind of the loop here is that we apply an analysis method, and the results of that analysis give us a simplified model of how the system works. So there's kind of a human in the loop that's saying, okay, I'm deriving from this data and from this analysis method some story that constitutes understanding. I'm saying that I pulled from this some sort of understanding, the same way that we saw in the motor cortex paper of, we looked at these population trajectories, and therefore we now believe that the dynamical system of motor cortex works in this other way, right? And so that kind of forces it to not just be about control, but about some sort of compressed understanding that leads to control. And so how do we actually do this? How could we actually, test our methods of neuroscience by applying the method, seeing if it gives us a useful model, and then actually verifying that our model is correct by performing some sort of perturbation experiment? In practice, this is very difficult in neuroscience. To try to verify that a tool is working by doing these follow-up experiments, you see in the motor cortex paper, it's not like we think motor cortex works this way, and therefore we change the activity of these neurons in motor cortex, and we verify that motor cortex does work that way, right? We don't get to that step of verifying the conclusions that the observational analyses gave us. And that's how most neuroscience has to work, because perturbation tools are very difficult to use. They're not very precise. They're not available in all species to the same extent. In general, you can't do the exact perturbation in the nervous system that you would want to do to test whatever your theory is. That's just kind of a limitation that we have in current experimental neuroscience. So actually doing kind of a systematic analysis of, if we apply a tool to our data, does it give us understanding that actually allows us to have control over the system? That's kind of like a broad thing that neuroscience wants to do, is identify the methods that will give us control over the system. But it's actually hard to kind of close that loop and verify that our understanding is correct if we can't do these perturbation techniques. So what I'm saying in this idea of kind of neural systems understanding is that we can use artificial neural networks instead. We can use artificial neural networks as the way that we test our methods from neuroscience. So we would want to take the same tools that we apply to real neural data, apply them to artificial neural networks, see if they give us some sort of simplified understanding, and then we can loop back and actually do the perturbations in the artificial neural networks that we can't do in the real brain. So I'm kind of shifting the question from, are the tools of systems neuroscience helping us understand the brain, to could they help us understand artificial neural networks? And by making that shift, there's a lot of kind of things that you have to address. So one question is, what has to be true about two systems in order for them to both be analyzed with the same tool, right? That's kind of what this is about. So basically we have some methods from neuroscience, some analysis tool, and I'm claiming that if we want to know how well they work on the brain, we can apply them to artificial neural networks and test it out there. But that implies some sort of relationship between artificial neural networks and the brain, that in some way they are similar enough that we can use the same tools to study them. And I would say, sometimes when you kind of do this sort of thing and say, what is the relationship between artificial neural networks and the brain? A lot of ideas pop into people's minds about how they're different in all of these different ways, how, you can only predict some neural variants based on artificial neural network activity, how they're trained differently, how their structures are different. There's a lot of differences between artificial neural networks in the brain. But for the purposes of this endeavor, we have to be careful about thinking about which of those differences actually matters. So I would say that in order for two systems to be able to be analyzed by the same tool, they both need to conform to the formal requirements of the method. So there are analysis methods that tell you you can only use this method on this kind of data that has this kind of properties. And so they both need to match that. If you're looking at, an analysis method that is using spike times to do the analysis, you can't do that in an artificial neural network that usually only uses like a rate based model. So there are formal constraints. So not all methods from neuroscience can be used on artificial neural networks. But I want to make it clear that to be able to use the same tool on these two systems does not mean that the two systems work the same way. So this happens all the time in neuroscience, that we have an analysis method and we apply it to potentially very different brains or systems, and we use that to see if those systems work the same way. So for example, you can take an analysis method like representational similarity analysis, you can apply it to humans with fMRI data, you can apply it to mice or macaques with electrophysiological data, and you can still do the comparison and then use this to say, oh, mice process visual stimuli differently than humans. So it doesn't mean that the two systems work the same way if we're applying the same analysis tool to them. It's something else that has to be similar about them in order for them to be subject to the same analysis tool. And so you can have something like this in neuroscience all the time. There are methods that are applied to C. elegans data and are also applied to the human brain. For example, like graph methods, network neuroscience type methods. So just because we're applying the same analysis tool to two systems, it doesn't mean that we think that those two systems work the same way. In fact, we use the same analysis tool on the two different systems in order to show potentially that they work differently. So we don't need the systems to work the same in order to submit them to the same analysis tools. So what should be in common for them to be able to be submitted to the same analysis tools? Well, I would say there are a lot of things that brains and artificial neural networks have in common that are relevant here. So they both tend to be hierarchical, they're high dimensional, they're nonlinear, they can be modular, they're recurrent, they're task optimized in some way, either from evolution or learning or development or from backpropagation, whatever it is. And so they're both trained to do something. They have parallel processing, they're distributed, and they're information processing systems. So these are things that are in common across brains and artificial neural networks. I also think this somewhat describes kind of how systems neuroscientists tend to think about the brain. They're kind of thinking about the brain at the same level of an abstraction that an artificial neural network works at. A lot of systems neuroscientists only really think about firing rates, and they think about neurons as kind of simple units that are connected, across regions. And so the kind of way of thinking about the system and the way that the system works is actually pretty similar in brains and artificial neural networks. And I would also say that these are the properties that make these systems hard to understand. When you have parallel, individual units doing a tiny component of a much larger process, and you don't know how the function is distributed across the network, that's what makes the brain hard to understand. It's what makes artificial neural networks hard to understand as well. So another reason that I would say that artificial neural networks are suitable for kind of standing in for us as we try to think about how to analyze neural data is that they're perfectly complete experimental environment. So this is why they're better than the brain, right? If we could test out our tools on the brain and, close that loop and do all the perturbation tests that we need, but we can't. But in artificial neural networks, we can record all of the neural activity that we want. We can record all of the connectivity. We know the activation functions of all the neurons. We can run a lot of stimuli through these networks without being too computationally expensive. So that's important for analysis. And then for when we close that loop and we want to actually test if our understanding of the system is correct, we can do precise and large scale perturbations. We can modulate individual neurons across the entire network if we think that that will help us verify our understanding. And you can even do things like kind of developmental interventions, like you can change how the network was trained or what data it has exposure to during training to see if that's something that's relevant for how the system works. And these things are really important for kind of giving us an objective sense of how good our analysis methods is, how good these methods are. Because as I said, we kind of, in neuroscience, we stop halfway and we tell ourselves this little story based on the analysis that we did, but there's no way to really verify that we're making progress to some extent if we can't perform these perturbations. And also, as I said, so the full observability of these networks is important because it means that you can't appeal to other brain regions, like in that motor cortex paper. You can't say, well, I didn't understand why our data has this little wiggle in it, but maybe it's because some other brain region is sending information and that's responsible for that. When you have access to the entire system, if something weird is happening in your data, you have to find the other part of the system that's responsible for that weird thing. So you don't get to kind of push some of the mysteries out away and say that they're coming from other brain regions. And obviously the perturbability is important to be able to verify that our understanding is correct. So I think this really, the artificial neural networks really confront us with what most neuroscientists would say is exactly what they want, which is any data that they want. But then the question is always, what would you do with it? And that's what we're faced with when we have artificial neural networks, is what do you do when you have all the data that you could possibly want? And also, I would say another reason why it's good to test these tools, or why artificial neural networks are a good stand-in for testing these tools, is that in some ways we don't know how they work, right? We don't have that nice algorithmic level understanding that we seem to be seeking for the brain. We don't have those in artificial neural networks. People say they're as opaque as the brain. And so I would say that that's a good thing about this. Sometimes people, when they build methods for analyzing neural data, sometimes people will simulate some data that has all of the properties that they want in it and then show that their method can recover it. So this was a method for detecting repeated sequences, and you generate data with obvious repeated sequences, and then you show that the method recovers those sequences. And for some very well-specified data analysis problems, it makes sense to demonstrate that the tool works that way. But what we're thinking about in the larger endeavor of systems neuroscience is just, how do you understand the brain? How do you understand how neural activity drives behavior? And so we don't know, not only do we not know what the correct answer is, we don't even necessarily know what the correct answer looks like. We don't know what form understanding is going to take in some of these systems. And so when you're analyzing an artificial neural network, I think it's a more honest representation of the problem we face when we're analyzing the brain, versus, trying to develop tools based on a system where we already understand how it works, right? I would say that it's more honest to try to develop tools or test our tools when we don't know how the system works, and use that as a testing ground to try to figure out what makes most progress when we have this system that we don't even really know exactly how we want to ask the questions that we're asking. And then, so I've been referring kind of throughout as to tools and analysis methods and that kind of thing. But what really are the analysis methods that I'm talking about? What are the tools of neuroscience? I would say this is from a paper that I wrote that I think kind of summarizes the main classes of analysis methods in neuroscience. And these are things, the kind of focus here was to identify things that can be used across many different systems. So these are things that can be used to understand the visual system, motor system, more cognitive regions of the brain, that kind of thing. And so this is like what I would say is kind of the standard systems neuroscience toolbox for how do we go about approaching neural data. If you have a population recording, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to try to do? So these include things like dimensionality reduction, which I talked about with principal components analysis. Latent factor modeling tries to find kind of these latent interacting dynamical systems that drive the broader neural population activity. Representational similarity analysis for asking if different regions represent things the same way, or if we can find the representation that best describes neural activity. Related concepts of representational geometry, about how responses to different things kind of relate to each other in this population activity space. I mentioned graph theory and network neuroscience approaches, encoding models to try to understand what does a neuron respond to. And then obviously in a lot of papers, people kind of design their own bespoke methods for the very particular data that they're working with, but some of those could be tested on artificial neural networks as well. So yeah, so these are things that are easily mappable to artificial neural networks based on how they're normally used in neuroscience, and these are things that are kind of broadly used, I would say, across systems neuroscience. But in addition to the methods from neuroscience, we can also look to the field of interpretable AI. As I said, interpretable AI is a field that is trying to do very similar things to what neuroscience is doing. They're trying to take these big distributed neural systems that can do very impressive things and ask how. How do they do them? Where in the network is this happening? How can we come up with a simpler way of thinking about how these very large systems work? And so the toolbox from interpretable AI has some overlap to the neuroscience toolbox. Obviously, there are things that people can do in interpretable AI that we can't do in neuroscience. Anything that requires knowing all of the connections between all of the neurons. So some of these gradient methods that show up in interpretable AI, we can't do that in neuroscience. We can't do the scale of experimentation that they do in interpretable AI. But we can still look to these methods and look to progress in interpretable AI to think about how we should be approaching the brain. So some of these methods are about synthesizing input that drives a particular neuron to understand what that neuron represents. Some of these things are about highlighting what part of the input is driving the model's output. Representation probing is very similar to decoding models in neuroscience. There are all these different kind of methods from interpretable AI that I think should be of relevance to neuroscientists, especially if they seem to be pretty successful at helping people work with these large ANNs. So kind of what is the hope for outcome of this approach of testing these tools on all of these different artificial neural networks? What I kind of think of it as is maybe like this big table of, we have all of these different methods like D-mix principal components analysis, representational similarity analysis, tuning curve analysis, and then we apply it to a diversity of artificial neural networks with different architectures trained in different ways. And then we ask, did representational similarity analysis, for example, give us an understanding of this convolutional neural network that allowed us to control its behavior? And if so, then that means representational similarity analysis is good, it's useful. If we applied a method and it didn't even give us any understanding, it was just confusing, the results were just confusing, well, that's bad for that method. If we applied the method and it gave us an understanding where we thought we understood the system, but then we actually did the follow-up experiment and we weren't able to control the system the way that we thought, that's bad too, right? We don't want to get a false sense of understanding from these methods. So the idea would be by operationalizing our goal and by kind of providing a more formal definition of what we want in terms of understanding, then maybe we can more formally test what tools are actually providing us that useful understanding. And so that's where it comes to this kind of idea of maybe some sort of newer field that is dedicated to understanding neural systems, be they artificial or biological. So right now we have kind of neuroscience, which is a big field that does a lot of stuff. Some of it already overlaps with interpretable AI. Some of the methods in interpretable AI already come from neuroscience. And so there's already some kind of interaction between these two fields. But I'm kind of and also, sorry, there's also psychology and cognitive science, which I'm just totally ignoring in this talk, and focusing on how we look at neural activity and connect it to the output of the brain or the network. But I'm kind of advocating for a closer overlap, a bigger overlap between neuroscience and interpretable AI, where people are really kind of trying to discover methods that might be useful to both sides. And so that's what I mean by the idea of neural systems understanding as kind of a common set of tools and concepts and frameworks that can guide the analysis of data both from real and artificial neural systems. What are the things that we both need that help us understand these parallel distributed information processing systems? And so I guess just to say more kind of on what that would mean and what that could look like, so basically the existence or potential development of some sort of more shared approach to understanding neural systems does rely on the belief that there can be common tools, that these systems are similar in the ways that matter for analysis of the data and for this goal of saying how does activity or connections in this network, how do they lead to behavior? It includes validating methods that already exist in both neuroscience and interpretable AI. So we already have kind of these toolboxes to draw from, but that may require retrofitting some of the AI methods for neuroscience. So as I said, some of the stuff that's working in interpretable AI isn't something that could be applied directly to neuroscience as is. And so to have kind of a unified field, we'd want some effort put into looking at those AI methods and saying, well, how can we approximate them? How can we approximate what you get out of those interpretability methods in order to make them suitable for the type of neural data that people usually get in neuroscience experiments. Then also by kind of first going through kind of existing methods and testing more explicitly how well they help us, we could it would help to identify kind of where the gaps are, what methods aren't working and how they could be changed to fix them. So really it's kind of what this all comes down to is the fact that to some extent there's a file drawer problem for neuroscience methods. Like if you apply a method to a data set, and this is true in interpretable AI or in neuroscience, if you apply some sort of method to your neural data and it didn't get you anything, it didn't help you understand how the system works, then you don't put it in the paper, right? If the method didn't help you, you don't put it in the paper. But I'm saying actually we should be doing a more objective analysis of, are these methods helping people? And if, you know, there's been a ton of people who have tried a certain method and it never helped them, but nobody ever tells anyone that, then people are going to keep trying it and it's not going to help the next person either. And so we just need to be more explicit about when are these analysis methods actually helping us make progress and when are they not. And yeah, I would hope that by kind of bringing different communities together, we could identify themes and concepts and vocabularies, kind of create vocabularies that are useful for talking about these systems and identifying kind of the main problems that people have when approaching these, because it is a very complex problem that both of these communities are tackling. I want to also be clear on what this kind of belief for this advocating for this joint field does not entail. It doesn't require that we're making any specific claims about artificial neural networks as models of the brain. Again, we're just saying that these systems are similar enough in the right ways that they can be subject to the same analysis methods. The same way that if I apply neural network science to C. elegans and I apply it to humans, it doesn't mean that I think that C. elegans and humans are the same thing. It's just that they're similar enough to be subjected to the same methods. And it also doesn't assume that all neural systems should be submitted to the same tools. One, outcome of this exploration could be that you find, oh, when I have a neural network that has this kind of architecture, then this method works. If it has a different architecture, that method is less helpful. And so you would really kind of get like a nice recipe book of, if you're studying this type of neural system, then here's the methods that you should apply to it. And it also doesn't mean that all questions in neuroscience and AI can be solved with the methods that, work for both of them, that this place where these two fields overlap, I think there can be productive progress made there, but that doesn't mean that there won't be other questions that require totally different approaches that aren't, common to both neuroscience and AI. I also think that there will just be a synergistic effect of encouraging more interaction between these AI scientists who sometimes come from very different backgrounds, come more from computer science and take a more engineering approach with these neuroscientists who maybe have a kind of longer view of the problem and come from a more biology background. It basically just kind of gives us more model organisms as well. So in neuroscience, it can be fun to discover that one species works in a completely unexpected way. When you have all of artificial neural networks at your disposal, you can discover a lot of strange things. For example, you can discover that training on next word prediction on all of the texts of the internet actually makes a model that looks like it's smart. That's not something that maybe neuroscientists or psychologists actually predicted. And so by seeing these kind of alien neural networks, we might be able to expand our sense of what's possible even in real brains. And obviously neuroscience will benefit from the rapid prototyping available in artificial neural networks. The field of interpretability in AI already moves incredibly fast, and neuroscience is much slower. And so getting to be able to see progress and see kind of results at a faster timescale might help neuroscience. And AI, the field of AI can benefit, again, from kind of the diverse set of things that exist in neuroscience, more embodied systems, evolved systems that may have found different solutions or have to work in a different way. I do kind of think that this endeavor would help neuroscience more, though. I think neuroscience has more to gain from having this kind of testing ground to really think through what it means to understand a neural system without also having to think through the constraints of an experimental setup. Kind of the constraints of experiments, I feel like, have created this long tail of influence on neuroscience for how we approach neural data that's really stuck in like an era where you could only record from one neuron at a time, sometimes while the animal wasn't even awake. And so I think neuroscience can benefit from being shaken out of some of those beliefs. And so what does it look like to have a successful kind of language for neural systems in this combined way? I think it requires that we compress these kinds of what are now diffuse ideas into familiar concepts. But what is familiar changes and grows over time. So really, my hope for this kind of endeavor would be that we identify what the relevant concepts are and create a way to kind of compress them and talk about them so that we understand the units of these systems. I think we're still in a very kind of pre-theoretical stage of understanding these networks, almost where we don't even know what the pieces of the puzzle are, and we need to identify what those are. I will note that some people argue that this kind of algorithmic level understanding of artificial neural networks is infeasible, and that we shouldn't try to aim for that. We shouldn't try to be studying their representations or thinking about simple models that explain what they do, either in artificial neural networks, in AI, or in neuroscience even. And this suggests that essentially there's nothing to be compressed. These systems are as they are in full, and there's no simpler statements that can be made about them that are still accurate enough. And I just don't think that that's true. I think that there is something to be compressed about these systems. There will be simpler statements that can be made about them, but it is something that people claim that we shouldn't be trying this at all. So to summarize, I'm making the claim that because neuroscience and interpretable AI both aim to make sense of how neural systems create behavior, that we should have more unification of these fields. We should explicitly be testing the tools that we use in neuroscience on artificial neural networks and following up with those perturbation experiments to see if these tools let us make progress. But really the kind of longer term goal is that we develop a new language to talk about how these networks work and how they're able to implement algorithms and create behavior. Thanks for your attention. I just wanted to point to these kinds of two papers, one preprint, and then from me about this idea of testing tools in neuroscience. And then I kind of teamed up with David Bao, who's in interpretability research, for this kind of systems research paper that is more about this kind of unified field. But yeah, I'm happy to hear the discussion.
Stimulating talk, and now, yeah, questions. Let's start with you. Oh, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, thank you a lot for your talk. I like your outlook. I think it's definitely useful to have this kind of synergetic collaboration between these two fields. But I'd like to push back a little bit on, or well, really just ask you a question. So you said at the beginning that the ideal might be in terms of empirical validation would be to validate a model with something that isn't a model. So the brain in vivo, so to speak, or something like that. And my question there is, to which extent can ANNs provide this, because they are still models, right? So we built them with the idea that they have some kind of structural similarity to the brain, which is why they are called artificial neural networks. So I'm wondering if this isn't using models to empirically verify other models. And kind of connected to that, why can't we just use in vitro neural systems? So those also exist, and they allow us to do much more, many more perturbations, different types of interventions than we would do on an actual brain. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll stop sharing. Yeah, so I think so. Maybe two things related to the first point. I would say that, I mean, one, I'm not trying to verify models. I'm trying to verify tools like analysis methods or models in that sense, like methods for analyzing neural data. And so it's not that I wouldn't want to use models of the brain to do that. We could. And I would say, you know, artificial neural networks are used as models of the brain. I do that. One point I was making is just that they don't have to be so similar to work. And then the other point is kind of, I think maybe the in vitro question kind of can also be related to the model question. So you could imagine that we do this in a system or in a computational model where we already understand how it works. And then we say, does the method recover what we already know? And the reason why, one of the reasons why I think that isn't the best testing ground is one, because those computational models that we have, like the standard computational neuroscience models of like dynamical systems of neural circuits and stuff, they don't do complex behavior. So if our goal is to say, how do neural systems do complex behavior, we need a neural system that does complex behavior that we can study. And right now, kind of task-trained artificial neural networks are the only way that we can actually get behavior out of a neural model that meets the level of complexity that humans and other animals are able to engage in. So I think we need to be in this realm of a task-trained model to get the behavior that we care about. And that means that we're also in a realm where we don't really understand how it works because it was trained. And so we didn't set the weights and we didn't necessarily decide how it works. With in vitro, I would say it's a similar issue that the in vitro models can't engage in complex behavior, right? And I mean, yes, you obviously do have more portability and more ability to record things, but you are still limited. You don't have complete control or the ability to completely observe those systems. So I would say that if we're interested particularly in how neural activity gives rise to complex behaviors, then we need systems that engage in complex behaviors that we also have complete control over. And I think artificial neural networks are kind of the only thing that really fit that category.
Okay. Yeah, who wants to be next? Yeah, David.
Hi, Grace, thanks, that was great. David Barrick, I don't know if you can see me, but, oh, up there. Several times in your presentation, you talked about simplification or simplified artificial neural networks. And I was just wondering if you could say more about what you meant by simplified, you know, in what ways are these networks simplified, or what ways is our understanding actually simplified, and why is it simplified?
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of thinking of simplification as a goal, like to take this complex system that has all of these parts and be able to describe it with fewer degrees of freedom. I think other people have, you know, put forth this idea that that's kind of what's necessary for understanding. If you simply have a complex system and then you describe every part of it, that doesn't necessarily mean that you've done any work to understand that system. And so I think that's kind of inherent to the idea of understanding and inherent to the idea of creating a model that we can think through and say, what would happen if I did this or that? So I think that's kind of the role that simplification plays. I also think, though, that in some ways it's honest. Like there are aspects of the system that don't necessarily matter so much for the input-output transformation that we care about. And so if we can strip those away and get a more kind of abstract understanding, a simplified understanding, then that would be both kind of true in the sense that it captures what we care about and easier for us to mentally work with to some extent. But yeah, some people think that that isn't a reasonable goal. It isn't reasonable to expect that to be possible. Or, you know, it's fine if we don't understand it, we can still build tools that allow us to perturb and control brains, even if we don't feel like we understand how they work.
Yeah, so just as a very brief follow-up, if we're sort of shedding details that are not relevant to what's going on in the system, why is it a simplification, or why is that an abstraction? If we're getting rid of what's irrelevant, it seems like it's not a simplification or an abstraction. We're just landing on a better description of the target.
I guess it depends on which irrelevant details you get rid of. You can imagine that you have a population of real neurons and you abstract them as a single variable that you say, well, I'm just taking the average of what these neurons are doing, and that's a single variable. I would say that's an abstraction, and it's getting rid of what you might consider irrelevant details. You could get rid of irrelevant details by saying, I'm studying the auditory system, and so I don't care what's happening in the visual system, and that's not really an abstraction. But I think there are certain abstractions or simplifications that do involve identifying what you don't have to care about and getting rid of that.
Yeah, okay, there was a question back there. Yeah, Masvita.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. Yeah, I wanted to ask more about the Lillicrap encoding argument, and it also made me think of Kerding's other paper where they did they applied basically neuroscience lesion methods to a circuit board and argued that you can understand a circuit board that way. So I see underlying that critique and also the one you mentioned is this worry about reductionism as the thing that is causing problems for neuroscience. So zooming down to a too lower level of description that will make sense to us and actually won't yield the kind of general patterns that would actually be illuminating to understanding how the brain gives rise to behavior. So an alternative approach there is actually to look upwards and consider, well, behavior has fewer degrees of freedom than the brain. So in a way, the brain abstracts itself into behavior. Can we use that as a constraint on understanding the brain, as opposed to going really digging down to the single neuron level where there are just too many degrees of freedom to make sense of, absent the optimistic view that there will just be some compression that will make sense. I wonder what you think about that, because you had behavior in as the third option in your Venn diagram, but then you didn't tell us much about that. So just wanted to hear more.
Yeah, no, I think it is true that starting with behavior is a way to kind of tame the problem. Yeah, I flashed up psychology and cognitive science and then said, we're not talking about that. So I think that does make sense to some extent in terms of especially identifying, algorithms that could be at play. I think you can obviously study behavior in isolation and try to get at that. I think you get a little unconstrained eventually if you don't have any neural data to check your hypotheses against. So I feel like neural data has to come in at some point usually if you actually want to say this is exactly what like the human brain is doing. The behavior probably isn't going to get you enough, especially if you can't sample like a very wide range of behavior in kind of extreme circumstances. You won't be able to see those edge cases. Also, though, I'm trained as a neuroscientist, so my question is how do neural populations give rise to complex behaviors? And I want to believe that we can develop the tools to tackle that question directly. But of course, the kind of hypotheses for what the brain is even doing and how you characterize what you're trying to explain comes from the behavior. And we need intelligent ways of summarizing behavior as well.
Yeah, okay. Further questions? We would have time for at least one more. Yeah. Yeah, Diana.
Hi, thanks. So you've argued that we should test tools of systems neuroscience using ANNs. On the other hand, these tools are precisely used to assess the similarity between ANNs and the brains, let's say representational similarity analysis. So what's your take on the kinds of inferences people make in that field based on the observed similarity using these tools? I mean, are these inferences then warranted?
So yeah, I would say like the types of tools that I showed are sometimes used to compare artificial neural networks in the brain, but things like representational similarity analysis have existed within just neuroscience to compare different brain regions or to compare brain regions to some idealized representational form. And so I kind of still think of them primarily as tools that were developed for the purposes of understanding neural data. And then we can also test them in artificial neural networks. But I think it still does point to the idea that the kind of tools that are going to be of interest for this kind of endeavor are only the types of tools that treat the brain as a parallel distributed processing system that treat it as a set of individual units that are relatively simple, that are working together to perform some complex transformation. And you just are mostly asking questions about what are the steps of that transformation and what do the representations look like along the way. So it is constrained under those assumptions and that view of the brain, which is obviously not representative of the full way that people study the brain or neuroscience in general.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. No further question, then let's thank again our speaker. So I hope you can hear us. So everybody was clapping. So thank you very much. No, it's been really great having you. That you had the time to join us here virtually. So yeah, really, thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. So that's it, right? I mean, 7 o'clock, Indian restaurant. See you there or be square.
Just the case only for the speakers.